Okay, it's now live. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for Monday, November 14th. The first item is a request for withdrawal. Item number 1, 91486 BZ, 19 Eastern Parkway, Brooklyn.
Motion to withdraw.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yu.
Aye.
Okay. It's withdrawn. Sorry, withdrawn. Okay. Adjournments. Item number 2, 66363 BZ, 4610 Street, Staten Island. Item number 3, 33790 BZ, 141517 East 92nd Street, Brooklyn. Item number 4, 202050 BZ, 2328 Olean Street, Brooklyn. And we actually administratively adjourned this, but we just got a letter asking for an adjournment. Yeah. Item number 5, 2022. Somebody's talking. Somebody mute. Thank you. 2022-27 BZ, 101 East 150th Street, the Bronx. The following is request for postponement, 2021-84A, 6301 Amboy Road, Staten Island. And there's an adjournment. Where's the case? Item number 28, 2019-190A, 40-17 28th Avenue, Queens. This is an interpretive appeal. This one is also requested an adjournment. Okay, decision items. Item number 7, 86348 BZ, 25916 Union Turnpike, Queens.
Okay. So I make a motion to approve with conditions that the site shall be maintained free of trees and graffiti. No parking shall be permitted on the sidewalk. Applicant shall install a sign stating any vehicles parked on the sidewalk will be towed at the owner's expense, which I believe is posted, but I just want to have it as a condition nonetheless. No auto repair work shall be performed outside the building. No sale of vehicles shall be permitted, and also shall request Department of Parks and Recreation for planting of street tree, and the applicant has 24 months to obtain the CFO. With that, motion to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Oh, Commissioner Otley
Frozen.
is frozen.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it didn't come in clear. Sorry. Aye.
Sorry. Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, application has been granted. Item number 8, 34875 BZ, 1050 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay. As you may recall, the applicant had requested a 20-year extension of term, and the board felt it was acceptable. So I make a motion to approve the grant for the extension of term for 20 years.
Okay. Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, application has been granted. Item number 9, 11101 BZ, 9001 Business Avenue, Brooklyn. Wait,
The applicant, sorry, the applicant revised the plans and has included the menu board specs. So I make a motion to approve with the following conditions: that all lighting sources that are to be located adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view to minimize any adverse effects on surrounding residences, and that improvements shall be made prior to the issuance of CO, and CO shall be obtained by, must be obtained by 18 months, within 18 months. With that, motion to approve?
Okay. Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 10, 21506BV 20206 Hillside Avenue, Queens.
Okay, there was no submission required. Make a motion to approve with conditions that all lighting sources that are to be located adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view to minimize any adverse effects on surrounding residences. Motion to approve?
Commissioner Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta, Commissioner Shabeta. Can't hear you.
Commission. Okay,
You heard that, right? Okay.
I did hear.
Okay, Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 17407BZ, 1935 Coney Island Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, this is there was no submission. Make a motion to approve with the following condition: that all lighting sources that are to be located adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view to minimize any adverse effect on the surrounding residents. And a note should be added to the resolution regarding the lighting. And that is because I want to alert the future boards that should there be any issue raised by the neighbors regarding lighting, the applicant must take necessary steps immediately to reduce the lumen level, including and not limited to shielding, relocation, or lowering the height of the light poles. And it is also recommended that the residential lot line at lumen level be close to 1. That's what we had discussed at the last hearing. With that, any okay, make a recommendation to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
sorry, Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 12, 2016, 4230BZ, 1912 Amherst Street, the Bronx.
The applicant has submitted a revised statement of facts and timelines with expected certificate of occupancy, which is estimated to be early 2026. So I make a motion to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Commissioner Otley
Aye.
Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta, I heard you. We got you. Thank you.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 13, 2019 179BZ, 118 West 28th Street, Manhattan.
Okay. So the applicant has submitted a revised plan incorporating all the notes related to hazmat, noise, and air quality. And a narrative also has been provided regarding site value post 2018 hotel text amendment. I want to make sure Commissioner Otley Brown is okay with it.
Yes, I have read it and I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you. So then I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions that are related to hazmat, noise, and air quality. Council, do you want me to read it out for the record?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. So a professional engineer will certify a closure report at the completion of all remedial activities associated with the site, including installation of a vapor barrier, 20 mil WR grace floor floor of 120 or an approved equivalent to be approved by DEP prior to construction. The closure report will be submitted to DEP for review and approval. The exterior walls and windows of the proposed building's front, that is the southern facade, would require a minimum composite window wall attenuation of 28 dBA to achieve an acceptable interior noise level of 45 dBA. To maintain an interior noise level of 45 dBA with a closed window condition and alternate means of ventilation shall be provided. Second floor terrace and 14th floor rooftop deck would not be utilized for active recreation. Building shall be equipped with electrically powered variable refrigerant flow HVAC system. Now I just want to point out the plan does show the second floor has a rooftop terrace, which would be used only for the apartment that is it's abutting, and the 14th floor roof, I guess, will be open to public, but it will not be used for recreational purposes. That's the note. Open to residents, but will not be used for recreational purposes. If that's okay with everybody, I will make a motion to approve with conditions, with these conditions.
Heads are being shake, yes?
Yeah, everybody's shaking yes, yes.
Okay. So motion to grant?
Aye. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
You have to mention my name.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Artley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 14, 2019-255A, 621 Alonzo Road, Queens.
Okay, at the last hearing, the board had directed the applicant to obtain a revised DOB objection regarding the bulk waiver pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-01G. The applicant has provided a revised DOB objection, and it has provided that it meets both GCL 35 and 36, though it does not refer to needing any bulk waiver pursuant to ZR 7201G. So therefore the applicant is, I guess 7201 is not applicable to the site, which is located entirely in the bed of map Harris Street. We also received a fire department no objection letter. If it's okay with everybody, I'll make a motion to approve. Okay, everybody's nodding yes, so motion to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Artley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
I abstain.
Okay. Application has been granted. Item number 15, 2020-10 BZ, 609 Jarvis Avenue, Queens.
Okay. The applicant has provided a revised plan. The seller plan has been changed. It now is going to be, the fill has been indicated and it has been changed to a crawl space, and note has been added that BSA is not waiving the flood regulations. So with that, I make a motion to approve. And the resolution should note that BSA is not waiving any applicable flood regulations, and it is subject to DOB review. So if that's acceptable to all, I make a motion to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Artley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay. Application has been granted. Item number 16, 2020-36 BZ, 8401 Flatlands Avenue, Brooklyn.
All right. A revised plan and EAS has been submitted. Operational plan regarding the trash collection also has been provided. The operational plan regarding the trash pickup and collection should be included in the resolution. So I make a motion to approve with conditions with condition that all lighting sources that are to be located adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view to minimize any adverse effects on surrounding residences. If that's acceptable, I make a motion to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
One of the lights went on, sorry. Applications are granted. Item number 17, 2020-82A and 2020-83A, 51 and 53 Cortlandt Street, Staten Island.
Okay, we received the fire department's letter of no objection. Applicant has provided a letter recommending a conditional approval, and this is regarding the DEP. We have not received a DEP sign off yet. So the applicant is recommending a conditional approval that an easement will be provided for the maintenance of the existing storm sewer prior to the issuance of TCO. Or an alternative, an easement will be provided prior to the site connection or a house connection as approved by, upon approval by DEP. I'm going to make a recommendation, and that is, since the proposed development will be connecting to the Cortlandt and not to the 24-inch easement located at the rear of the lot line of one of the sites, to ensure that DEP conditions are met, and an easement shall be provided for the maintenance of the existing 24-inch storm sewer located within lot 39 prior to the issuance of TCO on lot 39. So with that, I make a motion to approve with the condition that I stated, that that the applicant secure an easement to provide the maintenance of the existing storm sewer located within lot 39 prior to the issuance of TCO on lot 39. It doesn't affect the other lot. It's only lot 39 that is affected.
Okay. Motion to approve.
Tani?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda. I'm sorry, did someone have
Oh,
something?
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, that's
Commissioner
okay.
Sheta.
That's
I
okay. I'm
apologize.
sorry. Yeah, this one is also in flood zone, so we should include in the resolution that we're not waiving any, I would put it that way. BSA is not waiving any state, city, or federal flood regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I agree. Okay. And that shall be another part of the condition. And actually, it should be in the resolution, not a condition. It should be noted in the resolution.
Okay, motion to approve. Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 18, 2020-86BZ, 15 Parkville Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, we just received this morning sign off from DOT, and also a revised plan and a commitment letter from the applicant in response to DOT's conditional sign off. So I therefore make a recommendation to approve with the following conditions: that in order to provide an ADA compliant bus stop, the applicant will explore and construct a curb extension at the relocated bus stop to New York City DOT standards if determined to be geometrically feasible by DOT prior to the issuance of the building permit. The applicant must submit to DOT the required drawings per DOT standards and materials needed to review and approve to approve the above measures, including street lighting relocation. And prior to the issuance of TCO, the bus stop and the light pole relocation shall be completed and approved by DOT. Shall be completed meaning the construction shall be completed and approved by DOT. So if that's acceptable to everybody, I then make a motion to approve with those conditions.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 19, 2021-20A and 2021-21A, 106-108 Wyndham Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, we received a letter of no objection from fire department today. And we also received a letter from DOT regarding the status of Marineway, which at present is not included in DOT's capital improvement plan. And the applicant also agrees to a condition to address DEP's comment regarding the amended drainage plan, that it would be done concurrently with other approvals to develop the site. So with that, I'll make a recommendation to approve with the condition that the drainage plan shall be amended and approved to the satisfaction of DEP and all other relevant agencies prior to the issuance of TCO. Acceptable to all? Okay. Motion. Yeah, motion to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 20, 2021-22A, 500 Industrial Loop, Staten Island.
Okay, FDNY issued a letter of no objection. A revised site plan has been provided showing planting along industrial loop. And the applicant is requesting a conditional approval in response to DEP's comments regarding the site connection proposal that be approved prior to issuance of TCO. So with that, I make a motion to approve with, and I just want to say this, and you'll hear me say this in some of the upcoming cases. I think in the interest of time and to be consistent to some extent with what happens on a site that is as of right, an as of right site that does not require any GCL waiver, typically the site connection approval is sought before in parallel with the DOB approvals and construction and other things. So so therefore, to be consistent and not to tie up everybody, that is the recommendation, is that the site connection proposal be approved by DOP prior to issuance of the TCO. It's a risk that the applicant is taking should the DEP require something else, but it would be consistent with what an as of right development would be going through. Okay, so that's the recommendation with the conditions.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 21, 2021-55BZ, 134-16 35th Avenue, Queens.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm just scrolling through.
Mhm.
The applicant provided a revised statement of fact. So I make a motion to approve.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought you were gonna make a statement. Okay, Commissioner.
Sorry,
Vice Chair-
will there
Vice
be a
Chair Chanda.
condition? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I miss?
there was a proposed condition that construction and activity, this is number 21, correct? 2021. Yes,
Yes.
okay.
Ooh, I missed it. I'm sorry. I missed it. Sorry.
Sure. That construction and activity at the premises shall proceed in accordance with DOP TPPN number 10/88 as reviewed, determined, and enforced by the Department of Buildings.
Okay. All right. Everybody got that? Thank you. Thank you, Tracy.
Okay, motion to approve. Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye. Commissioner
Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 2022-19A, 121 Stora Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay. A revised plan was submitted and we also received fire department's no objection letter. DEP also had issued a no objection letter earlier. So make a motion to approve.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
excuse me, Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 23, 2022-49BZ, 7134 73rd Street, Queens.
A revised plan and a statement of facts and findings has been submitted. So make a motion to approve with the following conditions: that all deliveries shall be maintained within the property.
Okay. Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. New cases. Item number 24, 16460BZ, 100-20 Metropolitan Avenue, Queens. This is an extension of term of a previously approved auto service station and a waiver of the rules.
We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community Board has voted to approve the application. This is an application for an extension of term for a previously approved gasoline service station and a waiver of rules for filing more than 2 years after the term expired. The term expired on April 10, 2019. I would like the applicant to clarify the number of parking spaces existing and proposed on the site because per previously approved plan, it's not clear whether it was 4 or 5. So the applicant, please clarify. As mentioned, this has been under BSA jurisdiction since 1961. And the last term extension expired on April 10, 2019. The applicant has not provided a compliance chart, and applicant needs to provide a proof of continuous use between April, continuous use from the period of April 2019 to 2022.
Okay.
With regards to the signage, the applicant should provide the signage analysis per each street frontages, even though the total signage is 308 square foot and a maximum is permitted 150. I'm sure it will be, it would meet the 150 square foot per each frontage, but the applicant needs to provide that analysis. With regards to the lumen count, the applicant needs to indicate the location of the lights mounted and on the street, on the property, and also on the building. Add a note to the plan that all lighting sources shall be located on the lot that are located along the lot line adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view and pointed down and away from residences to minimize adverse effect on the surrounding residents. And going forward, at a minimum, up to 1 candle foot of candle light should lumen spread should be would be okay. No more than 1 I think we are still evaluating that, but I think it may be in the range of 2 to 1. So for now, I'm just going to keep it to 1. Trash enclosure, trash bin has been located along the commercial use. The pickup is 1 per week. I would ask the applicant to provide an enclosure around it to contain the container at this location so that it doesn't get moved around and be in the way of any of the circulation within the site. So overall, from the photos provided, the site looks like it's in good condition. So with that, Commissioner Otley Brown.
Yes, hi. I see proof of continuous use in Google Street View photos dated, hold on, let me get my notes out. Dated August 2019, July 2021, and February 2022. And the question is just to you, Chair, will you accept that gap between August 2019 and July 2021? Which is just shy of 2 years. But if you look at the Google Street View photos, it's actually it's clearly the same service station with the same brand of gasoline and everything.
I am okay with that gap. Yeah, I do not see, especially it's in the middle of pandemic, I do not see anybody reconstructing or closing off, and since it's been operating. So yeah, that seems reasonable.
So then they can just ensure that they've incorporated those photos into the record.
Okay.
And they do have a compliance chart that they submitted, or did you get a chance to look at it?
I couldn't locate it, maybe.
It's a March 9th submission date in the application folder. It's compliance chart and supporting documents.
Oh, okay, I missed it. Now I see it. You know what happened? I was looking at an older download. So I somehow or the other, that one didn't get downloaded. Okay, thank you. So that compliance chart has been provided. Thank you.
And I agree with you that the signage should be broken down by frontage and should comply with C1. And I don't have any other comments other than those.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I second the comment regarding the signage at the southern property line where the parking spots are very close to the property line. I would like them to let us know if there is any complaints regarding noise from the adjacent residential because the adjacent windows are very close to the parking spots. So if there is any noise concerns, please let us know about that. There are some PDFs, however, are not that great. They are not legible almost. So they need to take a look at the PDFs, and probably they are not going to need to redo them, but just maybe reprint them from the AutoCAD to make them more clear. Regarding the compliance chart, yes, I
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I confirm that I have seen the compliance chart, and it indicates that the site is in full compliance. Thank you.
Which photo? You're saying photos, Commissioner? Because I traversed the photos.
No, I'm talking about the PDFs. If you look at the drawings, the drone PDFs, some of them, when you zoom, they are not legible. You cannot read the text actually on it.
Okay.
And this is an issue that's coming either from scanning or from printing from AutoCAD. I'm not sure, but it's like they are reprinting these PDFs.
Okay. I want to go back to a comment that you raised, that is the noise impact to the abutting residential. What is the noise source that you're referring to?
I'm not saying there is noise. I'm asking them to let us know if there is any complaints from adjacent neighbors. Because if you look at the parking spots at the southern property line, We are like immediately below the windows, and we're not sure if there is, if there is, hopefully there is not. But if there is any, I don't think even if they installed something, it's gonna be useful because it's very close. So just if maybe if there is a complaint, they can put a sign or something. But that's all. I just want to know whether there is a complaint or no.
Okay,
So there is okay, fair enough. There is a 5 foot, like a separation from the property line to the building. So while the photo does indicate that the building seems to be right at the property line, but it seems there is a gap of 5 foot.
Yes, I can see the gap. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Right.
there is a side yard for the building that's about 5 feet.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. If there is no complaint, then we're good. If there is, then they can think of that.
Okay. All right. The applicant can respond to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what you stated. I have no further comments.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Thank you. Next case.
item number 25, 19705BZ, 813, 815 Broadway. This is an extension of time to complete construction of a previously approved variance, which permitted the construction of 11-story mixed-use building with ground floor commercial, which expires April 29th, 2022, an extension of time to obtain a C of O, and an amendment of the board's condition that no further extension be considered, and a waiver of the rules.
So proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing is not required for extension of time. As mentioned, this is an application for an extension of time to complete construction of an 11-story mixed-use building and waiver of board's rule per 1-07.3.C2, and also an amendment to the board's condition. Initial variance was granted in 2008, and the last extension that was granted was in 2018. And part of the 2018 extension of time was a condition that this was the last extension that was to be granted by the board. The applicant states that the cause for the delay was due to the global pandemic and lack of sufficient funding. The applicant has submitted a timeline, plans have been filed, and also full funding has been secured for the project. And the applicant estimates over 2 years to complete the construction. There are open violations, and all of those violations were cured. I think we all have seen cases before us due to global pandemic. There has been delay in meeting the timelines and deliverables. I am very sympathetic to that situation. And in this case, the financing is finally in place. And also the applicant is moving forward by submitting the plans. Recognizing the unpredictable global conditions that impacted constructions throughout the country, and especially in New York City, I would recommend that that we amend the prior condition, and I would recommend that the board consider extending the time to complete construction. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Chair, I agree with you that this is a situation in which we should apply understanding and sympathy to the developer and allow them to amend the condition so that they can get a new extension of time to complete.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I totally agree with both of you. Yeah, I do believe that due to the global pandemic, we should amend the condition that was placed by previous board back in by this board, maybe back in 2018. And yeah, we should grant the extension. The only thing I would raise By saying amending, it doesn't mean eliminating, meaning that I would prefer to specify a condition on our grant, if any, that if we grant an extension, that should be the last one. Because looking at the date that this original variance was granted, it backdates to 2008. So it's almost 14 years from then. And I want to motivate them to start construction as soon as possible. Thank you.
I would take a little bit of a different look on it, and I think everything being, like they say, it's looking back, nobody would have thought of what we went through in 2020, and look what's happening around the world. We are living through very, as positive of a light I want to cast about our future. I do not want to assume we are going to live in a perfect world of everything being perfect, or things normalizing to what it was in 2019. We are going through unpredictable times. So I would be not comfortable making this the last, because there could be other delays that are, even though the applicant has shown has the funding and is committed to making and has filed the plans, there could be other things that might be totally out of the applicant's control. I want to give the applicant, I want to encourage, and I am encouraged to see the applicant moving ahead, but I do not want to put that condition, at least not this time around, not having a full confidence in what is going to happen in the near future.
Can I just add in support of your statement that this is not a site that has been very smooth in terms of operational history. They had that blowout that set them back. So they've had circumstances that have made it more difficult for them to get funding, get approvals, and proceed. So this isn't like they were just sitting there with a vacant lot and not budging.
I agree. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. So I take the board's condition rather seriously when it states no further extension to be considered. That being said, such a condition did not contemplate what was unpredictable, and that is this global pandemic. So I am certainly sympathetic. I reviewed the history here, and I've seen the steps that they've been taking. And as Commissioner Otley-Brown has stated, they have had, this is an active applicant who's had some drawbacks that were not exactly all within their control. With regard to whether the condition should be amended to only be this last extension, I do agree with you, Chair, and I do agree with Commissioner Otley-Brown that we are still suffering some of the ripple effects of what this pandemic has brought, including a production issue, a supply issue. So I'm at this time I'm open to not limiting the extension, but keeping in mind that their activity will be something how hard they pursue this will be something that we're going to consider if they ever do need another extension.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with what you said, Vice Chair, and I believe that imposing another condition or amending the condition to continue this idea that it's the last one is perhaps not a we don't know what's going to happen in the next 4 years, but I would like for the applicant to explain why I'm not seeing on DOB an application in for this latest round, because they withdrew their application for a new building permit. The application originating in 2018, they withdrew it last year. There doesn't seem to be a new application for the project other than a demolition application. So it'd be great to understand how that aligns with the timeline presented in the statement of facts claiming that a permit would be issued within a month of the BSA approval. It doesn't seem like that's been moving forward with the OB, so they can clarify where they stand with the permitting process and how that impacts their timeline.
Good point. Thank you. So I would hope the applicant will be ready to respond to that during the public hearing. Thank you. That was very helpful. Next case, please.
Item number 26, 20315 BZ, 44 Union Square, East Manhattan. This is an amendment of a previously approved variance application which permitted the restoration, reuse, and enlargements of an existing commercial building. The amendment seeks to modify a board condition that to allow deliveries and trash removal for the retail tenant to occur in the commercial zone district rather than the residential district as approved.
Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing, and community board has voted to approve this project. This is an application seeking an amendment to a prior variance that permitted the enlargement of an existing landmark building. The variance allowed commercial use in residential portion of the zoning lot and modification of street wall heights and waive the primary entrance at Union Square East. There were in 2016, the variance was granted, and there were conditions that were outlined as part of the 2016 variance. And most of it was pertaining to the delivery and trash removal. And the conditions were that all delivery and trash removal through shall be through the service corridor on 17th Street during off-peak hours, and all trash shall remain stored within the building to be placed by the curbside 1 hour before trash pickup, to be removed from the site 6 days of the week. In terms of the status, the building has a TCO. It was issued in 2022 of this year. Sorry, it was issued, I think, May of this year. That's what I wanted to say. The applicant is proposing to amend the conditions related to the deliveries and trash removal for the retail use to Union Square East and in the commercial zone portion of East 17th Street. So if you look at the plan, there were the East 17th Street, a portion of the site is within the commercial district, and a smaller portion of the site is within the residential district. As part of the 2016 grant, the service entrance was located along the rear of the building, and all the service entrances was going to be within the portion of the building that was located in the residential district. So the applicant is proposing to separate out the commercial pickup of trash and delivery with the office pickup, and that is the retail pickup, I'm sorry. So the applicant is proposing to basically use the commercial the frontage of the 17th Street that is within the commercial zone and the frontage along Union Square East to serve the retail use, and the deliveries and trash removal will be happening for the office use, will continue to operate from the existing location, service corridor, which is located within the residential section. And the reason for that, the applicant is stating, is that this would ease up the flow of traffic, and it would also distribute the location of trash pickup and delivery pickup and drop off along the other frontages, and not just constrain it within one location. So I have a couple of questions, and that is, as I'm looking at the approved plan and the proposed plan, there are no elevators that are connecting the ground floor retail and the cellar, other than the three main elevators, including the main service elevators. The applicant was stating that the retail use, which would be located on the ground, and the cellar, and there is a, I think there is a elevator, but it's not. It's like one of those Lula type of elevators. I'm not sure what to call it. It is shown on the ground floor plan, but it does not carry forth into the cellar area. I'm assuming those are the elevators the applicant is referring to bring up the trash from the trash storage area that is located in the cellar through the retail space onto 17th and Union Square East frontage. So the applicant could clarify that. A technical memorandum has been provided related to the vehicular trips that's been generated, that would be generated by the delivery for the retail and the office. The initial proposal considered retail use on 3 floors, which was reduced at a prior amendment to 2 floors. So according to the memorandum, more vehicular trips would be generated by the retail than the office. However, with the reduction of the retail space from 2016 ground to 2 floors, the number of vehicular trips associated with the retail delivery would be less than projected in the 2016. So therefore, also there are existing curbside loading and unloading zones along Union Square East and East 17th Street. And those would be used by the retail, and the 17th Street would be used by the office. So that's how the distribution of the curbside loading and unloading would happen. I am okay with it. I believe that the proposed modification would distribute the loading and unloading along both frontages and on East 17th Street and Union Square East, and it would minimize the traffic disruption on East 17th Street, which is a residential street. I would like to hear from other commissioners. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Yes, I think that this is a reasonable request, and frankly, having the commercial loading activity take place on the main avenue versus the side street, it makes sense. It actually should not be burdening the side street neighbors with repeated deliveries to the site. So I'm actually in favor of that. And my understanding of the issue with the elevator location, I think, is that it was, if you look at the previously approved cellar plans, the elevators are left off of the cellar floor plan, and there's no notation as to a direction that the elevators would be somehow relocated or located in the best place. And then you see it on the first floor plan. And if you look at the proposed plans with the bubble changes, I think what they're seeking to do is just reintroduce the idea that there would be retail elevators that actually reach the cellar. Because right. I think without that, there's no indication to DOB as to, whether or not we're even allowing elevators to go down to the cellar.
Yeah, it just was a little confusing in the way that was there. So that's why I would like the applicant to clarify. I understand the location of the location of the elevator between the 2 retail floors is to be determined. That's okay, as long as that's very clear that that's the elevator that is going to be used, because otherwise the flow of the trash removal from the cellar to the ground floor is not fluid, and it's
right.
And that's,
and I think that's because that note was probably inadvertently left off of the original cellar plans. So it looks like if you look at the previously approved plans, it almost looks like an elevator to nowhere on the first floor because it's not carried through on any other floors. So it's kind of like the bridge to nowhere, I suppose, in Alaska. But yeah, so I think they're actually really minor requests. And so I support this application.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Very hard to hear you.
Sorry. There's some noise coming from somewhere. All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you. Yeah, I am satisfied with the application. I believe the amendment is reasonable and the ask is very minor. So I don't have any further comments to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I believe that the amendment doesn't disrupt the findings. I believe that it ameliorates the conditions, and I have no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thanks. I have no further comments to add.
Thank you. Next case, please.
Item number 27, 2017-304BZ, 156, 160 17th Street, Brooklyn. This is an extension of time to complete construction of a previously approved special permit, 7319 school, permitting development of a charter school which expired on August 20th, 2022.
All right. So no proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing is required for extension of time. There's an application for an extension of time to complete the construction of school that was granted a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-19 to be built in a manufacturing zoning district. Back in 2018, the special permit was granted and an E designation was placed. The applicant has provided a status of where the project is. It seems the demolition plan was approved, construction and building permit was also obtained, and the work is progressing. It seems the school has worked with OER for the implementation of the remedial action plan and has also enrolled in OER's volunteer cleanup program. Foundation, I believe, is complete. And as the applicant states, vapor barrier and slab depressurization, blah. So let me go again. Sub-slab depressurization system are being installed as we speak. That was a mouthful. And the applicant states the reason for the delay was that delay in demolition due to there was a abutting building, I think, and there was a delay in demolition due to unsafe structural condition, and also in securing financing, which now is in place. And the applicant estimates the TCO to expect a TCO by working towards receiving a TCO by May of 2023. So I have no comments on this one. I'm satisfied with the application. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I agree with you. I have no comments on this one. It seems pretty straightforward. They're ready to begin the serious work of completing this school, and I, bid them well.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, my understanding is that the work is in progress. In the statement of facts, they are talking about all foundation and subgrade work is scheduled to be completed by end of July. So supposedly they are done, and the steel framing is in progress. My understanding is that the delay occurred because of inadequate support of excavation during excavation process, which led to unsafe conditions. My understanding also is that these unsafe conditions were mitigated and no longer existing on site. The reason I'm indicating that, because the way it's written in the statement of facts, if you look at page 2, paragraph number 4, it says DOB was called in by Limirada and SNL, and it issued a vacate order and a stop work order on the property as a result of the now hazardous structural condition. So this statement that says as a result of the now hazardous structural conditions give, I believe, and like by error, it gives an impression that the unsafe structural conditions are still existing. But again, from the context of the story, I do believe that the unsafe conditions were mitigated. I need them to confirm that. Other than that, I have no issue and I'm satisfied with the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
I'm satisfied with this application.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that the foundation does not seem to be done. The walls and the slab seem to mostly be in place, but based on the photos they submitted October 4th of this year and my site visit, it does seem like the foundation has taken a considerable amount of time. So I think that we should clarify for the record that it does not appear that the foundations are done. And I think this timeline to complete in May seems like that may also be delayed given the current state of progress. So I don't think that impacts whether the project should get an extension of time, as it does appear that there have been a lot of hardships in the foundation and the supportive excavation. But just to confirm that based on the last site visit a couple weeks ago, it doesn't seem like they're out of the ground yet.
Okay, so just so I understand, so excuse me, it does from your site visit, it doesn't appear that the foundation is complete, and that may affect the projected timeline that the applicant is stating. You want the applicant to clarify that and revise it accordingly. That's what I'm gathering, right?
Yes, that would be great. Because one thing I noticed is that the photos from June and the photos from October don't indicate a lot of progress in those 4 months. And I believe that given the timeline was submitted in June, it would be great if the applicant could clarify how the timeline is impacted based on the fact they're not done with the foundations yet.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the clarification. I did a look at the October photos. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. All right.
Move on.
Yeah, move on.
Okay. Appeals calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 28, 2019, 190A, as stated before, has been adjourned. Item number 29, 2021-10A, 3869 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island.
All right. Just give me.
DCL 36.
Yeah, I am just opening the file. All right. The application was last heard in April. The applicant has revised the plan in response to boards and fire department's comments, and those are related to fire safety notes were added to the plan, and flood regulations notes were also added to the plan. Topography map has been provided per DEP comment, indicating that it is a city-owned street but unmapped. With regards to a DEP's comment regarding SCP application, previous design professional for this application retired, and thus the applicant had to retain a new engineer. The new engineer has been retained and will be filing the SCP plan shortly. I don't have any additional comments. I think, should we not receive any DEP sign off on this in a timely manner, I would suggest, if it's okay, that we consider, if there aren't any other issues, that we consider closing it with the conditions that the applicant secure a SCP plan prior to the issuance of TCO. I would like to hear from the commissioners on that matter also. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I have no comments on the application, and I agree with you that given that we're having a little issue getting sign-offs from DEP at this point in time, we should perhaps go with conditions written into our resolution until a certain time passes that DEP can respond more timely to any requests for review from this agency.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm satisfied with the application and I have no further comments on it.
And do you have any position regarding the condition? If you were to impose a condition, getting SCP plan approved prior to TCO?
No, that's not necessarily.
Oh, what do you mean that's not necessary? Like you're okay with it, or?
Yes, I'm okay with it.
Okay. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I am satisfied with the application. I agree with your comments. I think that'd be the best way to move forward on this.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I also agree with your comments and the proposed condition. I do want to note that there's currently a house and then an empty portion of the lot that is fenced in, but is completely overgrown and the sidewalk is impassable. And I think that the applicant should be required to make the sidewalk passable and remove the overgrowth in the immediate future so that the sidewalk can be used. And I don't know if that's a condition we can impose if we do close today.
I believe that building is going to be torn down, so the entire site is going to become available for constructions. So I agree that it should be made possible until then, but probably part of it is going to be closed off for construction, fencing, and other things. But the applicant should clarify it. I agree.
Right, I'm just referring to the vacant portion of the site where it's just very wild. It's completely impassable as a sidewalk.
All right, Mother Nature.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. All right. No, I went through all the commissioners. Okay, next case, please.
Okay, item number 30, 2021-57A, 1990 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. We're still waiting for DOT.
We did receive a
TCL
DOT.
35, sorry.
Yeah, we did receive a DOT response letter from the, response to DOT's comments was provided by the applicant.
And that is still under review by DOT.
Right. So the application was heard on October 4th. A revised plan has been submitted in response to board's, DOT, and fire department's comments. Specifically, they were related to providing dimensions to the nearest fire hydrant, location of the parking space inside the building that was provided for DOT comments, and dimensions of Jefferson Avenue curb to curb width of the street, mapped and as built, and also comments regarding, I think the board also asked for notes to be added regarding flood zone, because the board is not waiving or weighing in on any flood regulations. It shall be reviewed by DOB. So as Ms. Matias mentioned, we are waiting for a DOT sign off. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no comments.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I see that they added the note regarding the flood vents, and I have no further comments to add. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Shibata.
No further comments. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Okay. All right. Next case, please.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair. New cases, item number, this appeals calendar, item number 31, 2021-53A and 2021-54A, 45 and 47 Ocean Avenue, Staten Island.
All right, we have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. We have not received the community board vote on this application. This is an application pursuant to GCL 35 to permit residential use on 2 zoning lots partially located within the bed of a mapped but unbuilt portion of Galesville Court, and a waiver of bulk regulation pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-01G. This is these are 2 existing vacant zoning lots, lots 36 and 34, with frontage on Ocean Avenue. Lot 34 is entirely within the bed of Map Street, and Lot 36 is partially within the bed of Map Street, that is the Gainesville Court. I would like the applicant to clarify if the site is within a flood zone. And if it is, a note should be added to the plan that that the building shall comply with all the flood regulations, and BSA is not waiving any flood regulations. It would be reviewed and approved by DOB. DEP has provided comments. The applicant needs to amend the drainage plan to remove any existing or proposed sewer lines from the portion of the map street of Galesville Court. And the plan needs to show the required sewer corridor. We don't have a fire department or DOT sign off on this. And those are my comments. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I just have one question on this because I just would love it if they could clarify for me the situation with the home that's to the left and behind these properties, 45 Ocean Avenue. It's behind 45 Ocean Avenue and it has like a walking path to Ocean Avenue as access. So I just want them to clarify for me that what they're proposing is not blocking the access to that home in the back.
Well, the question is this walking path a legal walking path that is owned and controlled or managed by the city or not? That's really the key question. Or is it a cow path?
Agreed.
Okay, so you want to make sure whether this is a city-owned, maintained and operated path?
Yes, or what are the rights associated with it? Is it some kind of an easement or whatever?
Thank you. Yeah, I noticed that too. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The only comment I have is regarding the FEMA map. I haven't seen it. I'm not sure if they submitted it, but I didn't get it, but I haven't seen it in the folder. So if they didn't submit,
But it was on the
please
plan.
submit one. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't see it on the folder also. So yeah, thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
No further comments. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Yoon.
I have no further comments.
Okay. All right. Next case, please.
Item number 32, 2021 72A 7-11 Annapolis Street, Queens.
Just give me a second. I'm just going to open up the file. All right. Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community Board issued a no objection letter. This is an application pursuant to GCL 35 to permit an enlargement of an existing residential home on the subject zoning lot located within the bed of a mapped but unbuilt portion of Henry Street. There is an existing one-family home that was built in 1954. It has a CO from 1954. It is not in a flood zone. Per Department of Finance, the tax map, there is an easement along Henry's Road. I would like the applicant to clarify and the easement, what is it for, and state that in the statement of fact. DEP provided its comments and it's regarding need to amend the drainage plan to remove any existing or proposed sewer line from the portion of the map street, and the plan needs to show the required sewer corridor. So I would like the applicant to tell me how long does it take to amend a drainage plan? Because a lot of the cases that we're going to hear today, DEP has provided similar comments. I would like the applicant to let me know typically what is the time frame to amend a drainage plan at DEP. We have not received fire department sign off or a DOT sign off. I have no additional comments on this. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no comments on this.
Commissioner Sheta.
Can't hear
Commissioner
you.
Sheta can't hear you. Can you repeat
Can't hear
again?
you.
You hear me now?
Yes.
I have no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, have to make sure we hear you even if you have no comments. Commissioner Shibata.
Nothing further from me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
No further comments.
Okay, thank you.
Item,
right.
move on.
Yes, please.
Item number 33, 2022 2A, 7728 Court Street, Brooklyn. This is also a general civil law, section 35, and a waiver under 7201G, bulk waiver.
Okay. We have received a proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to disapprove the application. Community board states the concern is regarding the proposed use, which is a last mile logistics facility. I just want to note that the application before the board is regarding a GCL 35 waiver. The scope of GCL 35 is limited. It is regarding it is limited to Map Street, and to an extent the modification of bulk regulations along the subject Map Street. The proposed use is permitted as of right and is not before the board to decide. It is a matter that should be before Department of City Planning. It is within Department of City Planning's purview if this use is appropriate or not, or should it be amended or not. That is before City Planning to consider. So this is an application pursuant to GCL 35 to permit an as of right manufacturing use on the subject zoning lot containing mapped but unbuilt Clinton Street to the south of Bryan Street, I think Bryan Street, yeah, and a waiver of bulk regulations for the portion of the proposed development that is located within the Map Street bed pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-01G. Specifically, the applicant is requesting a building height sky exposure plane waiver under ZR 72-01G from the street line of Clinton Street along Clinton Street to south of Bryan Street. The applicant is proposing a 7-story logistical facility containing warehouse and commercial vehicle storage. Access to the project site would be via 3 curb cuts from the intersection of Bryant and Clinton, and then 2 along Court Street. The applicant states that queuing of the vehicles will occur on the site, and 3 two-way ramps for trucks are proposed to access the upper floors. Ramps will allow for internal queuing. And without the GCL, the project site would have 2 separate buildings instead of 1, which is being proposed. I'm sorry, why is there so much noise coming from it? Without the GCL, the project would have 2 separate buildings and will not be able to accommodate a ramping system. And this may result in truck operation that would happen mostly at grade and may affect the flow of traffic from the public street. The applicant is also seeking a waiver of height and setback regulations along the prolongation of Clinton Street. The bulk regulations along Bryant and Court Street will be pursuant to the underlying regulations. So currently, as it stands, Clinton Street is built and mapped up to Bryan Street. It has never been built, though it is mapped beyond Bryan Street towards the water. And Bryant and Court Street is mapped. There's no plan that is being proposed to change or modify. DEP, we have received comments from DEP, and it is regarding amending the drainage plan. The applicant is proposing to remove the existing sewer line, and I assume therefore will be amending the drainage plan. Fire department issued an initial letter of objection, and we just received another letter of objection today. So the applicant should respond to fire department's comments. We also received comments from DOT, and the applicant has responded to DOT's comments and revised the site plan. A builder's pavement plan also has been provided, and the applicant states that the applicant will continue to work with DOT in addressing DOT's comments. I have no other comments on this. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Yes, as the use is not before us, I fully agree with you. The only question here is whether or not the GCL 35 and 7201 waivers will facilitate a better site plan and site operations without disturbing the vehicle circulation surrounding the site. And I believe that they've met that finding as far as I see it. The site design is far more efficient and it is better at containing operations within the site than on the neighboring streets. And if you make a site visit to that portion of Red Hook, I believe it's Red Hook, that is a very industrial neighborhood in which I don't foresee there being any vehicle traffic or pedestrian traffic of people who are seeking to get to the waterfront to enjoy it, because that's not the portion of the waterfront in Red Hook that will ever be an attraction for the common pedestrian. So I personally have no problem with this project and the waivers that are requested.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I agree with both of you and Commissioner Brown. I totally understand that the use is not before us. It's an as-of-right use. This is an M district. The only portion that's before us is the GCL 35, and I do believe that the waiver would result in like better operation on a much better site plan. The only thing I have on this application is that this is a flood zone. And if we make any grant on the side, we should, like our resolution should include a note that's a standard that says that we're not waiving any flood regulations, state or city or federal. And they also need to add some sort of this note to the plans. Other than that, I'm satisfied with the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, agree. Note should be added to the plan to that effect, that the board is not waiving any flood regulations, and DOB shall review and ensure conformance with all the flood regulations. Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I too agree with the remarks made by my colleagues. I find that the GCL 35 has a very limited review. And all that being said, what the applicant is doing is creating a much better development site by using it. So I have no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I went to the site and it is indeed a very, very industrial, sort of not a dead end condition, but a kind of end of the road condition as it stands. There is a landmarked, the Port Authority grain terminal, which is a landmark historic industrial structure there, but it's not in use. And I don't know that there's any plan for it to be in use or available to the public. The one question I had is whether we have an attitude about the lot area of the prolongation of the street itself and how that contributes to allowable FAR. Because if we were not allowing the construction of the street, yeah, maybe Carlo can explain.
Yeah, Commissioner. No, so again, the purview before us is the utilization of that street. The floor area contemplated here is within the development rights of the site. How it gets distributed over the unmapped portion of the street, that's what's before us, and the waiver under the 7201G, because obviously that street would trigger a setback requirement. But the overall development potential is as it's contemplated on the zoning line.
Okay, but to clarify, is the area of the street itself, the prolongation of the street, it is currently counted towards the 2.0 FAR.
Yes,
So,
Yes.
Yes.
okay, so the street is part of the zoning lot and contributes to the FAR. Okay,
as long as it is not mapped, it is.
I see. I see. So it's not treated as a public right of way, of course. Okay.
No,
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, I have no further comments and I don't object to the waiver request.
thank you. Any other comments? All right. Next case, please.
Item number
Okay,
34.
how are we doing with time? Are we okay?
Yeah, it's 11:25, so we're good.
Okay.
75 Pine Terrace, Staten Island. This is a GCL 35 for proposed development of a 3-story
Yeah,
two-family
yeah.
residential inside bed of a map street.
Yeah, sorry. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board voted to disapprove the application. This is an application pursuant to GCL 35 to permit residential use on a zoning lot that is partially located within a bed of a mapped and partially unbuilt portion of Amboy Road, and also is seeking a waiver of bulk regulations pursuant to zoning resolution section 72-01G. The subject zoning lot and the tax lot to be apportioned to a new lot 6 from the existing lot 6 is the site that is before us. The site is not in a flood zone. Amboy Road is mapped, but mapped and built. The mapped width is 80 foot. The record width varies along this portion, anywhere from 45 feet to 80 foot. I think, yeah, there is an existing sidewalk along this frontage of Amboy Road. DEP has, and the applicant is proposing to build on the subject zoning lot, which is the new lot 6. A 2-family 3-story detached home. DEP has provided comments and it's regarding the amended drainage plan. We have not received a sign off from fire department or DOT. I don't have any other issues with this application. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Same here. I have no further comments.
Commissioner Shabeta.
I have no comments with this application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. All right, next case, please.
Sorry. Item number 35, 2022-20A and 2022-20 through 2022A, 724, 726, 728 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island. This development of 3 one-story warehouses in the bed of Map Street, General City Law, Section 35.
We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to disapprove this application. Community board referred to a future plan for a North Shore BRT on the former North Shore Railroad right-of-way, North Shore right-of-way. And so this is an application pursuant to GCL 35 to permit individual warehouses on 3 zoning lots, partially located within the bed of a mapped and partially unbuilt portion of Richmond Terrace. I would like the applicant to clarify if it would require a bulk waiver pursuant to zoning resolution 72-01G. If so, it is not discussed in the statement of fact. I would like the applicant to clarify as to what portion of the map street width is within the subject property. The subject lot will be developed with 1-story warehouse on each zoning lot. And each zoning lot is about 20 foot by 100 feet. So each one of these warehouses would be about less than 20 feet wide by less than 100 feet long. I do have some questions and clarification for the applicant to respond to. The proposed project states that no accessory and loading berth is proposed. However, curb cuts are proposed. I would like the applicant to clarify that. Also, why the existing curb cut is being widened, and it would be located outside lot 122. While the proposed use and the development complies with zoning, what is contrary is that the three separate narrow one-story 19-foot 11-inch wide by 79-foot 9-inch long floor plate warehouses are being proposed, when typically the board has seen variance application for such narrow manufacturing lots as not being viable for MU. So I just kind of found that interesting. We have not received any comments from DEP or fire department. We do have on our file comments from city planning, and however, we have not received any letter from DOT. Since according to city planning's letter, it seems there's a study called the West Brighton Brownfield Opportunity Area Study, and DOT is the implementing agency of that study. However, DOT has not indicated if this street widening of Richmond Terrace is part of a current capital plan. So since DOT is the lead agency of this study, I think the board would need a DOT's review of the project and a confirmation if this is part of the capital plan. With that, I don't have any additional comments. I think I just want to note for the record that many of the studies that's been cited are more than 10 years old. And as per GCL 35, if within it has to be within a capital improvement plan, and without that, if it is within the capital improvement plan, then the board may consider its deliberation on in terms of how the GCL 35, if it is granted, would affect the Richmond Terrace development plan. But thus far, I really do not see any reason as to why and how we can hold up the grant of a GCL 35 in this case. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
Yes, I agree with you on that issue. I think that it's not fair to the property owner to be held from developing their property simply because somewhere in the future there may be a plan that may affect them. I think that the guidance that should be given to the property owner is that you can construct. Just bear in mind that, of course, there is a risk that at some point the city may seek to take your property to implement their plan, but the original plans were 50 years ago and nothing's happened yet. And just about every other lot is developed. So the question is, to what degree is this lot going to be developed in furtherance of that original widening plan when it does happen? And I just think that it's kind of difficult to tell a property owner, you just have to sit idle while we debate whether or not we're going to implement something. So I don't have any other comments on this case.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
I totally agree with you both, Vice Chair and Commissioner Brown. I do believe that the owner of this property has the right to pursue whatever development, especially the as of right one on the property. I would like to wait until we hear back from DOT, and for now, I don't have any further comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. I do want to hear from DOT on this matter. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I do agree with your comments, and I think the statute, as well as our precedent, does address this very issue. Again, to hold a property owner, to hold them at bay indefinitely is tantamount to a taking. So while I do believe we should reach out to our sister agency, I'm very sympathetic to this applicant.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have I'd like to request a clarification on the proposed curb cut. There's a new one proposed and an expansion of existing curb cut, but there is no parking being provided on the site. And so and the survey and the site plan do not address how the curb cut will serve these properties. And so I don't understand why they're necessary. On that block, there are some development, there are improved properties out to the street line, but there are also many that are vacant. So it's kind of, it appears to be, at least in the immediate area, about 50-50. So it's not exactly fully developed out to the current street line. In any case, I just request that clarification, and otherwise understand the statute and that there is no current capital plan, including this widening.
Thank you. Yes. All right, next case.
Sorry
Oh.
about that. Item number 36, 2022-25A, 8863 75th Avenue, Queens. This is also a general city law, section 35.
Okay, thank you. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve this project. Though the applicant, I think one of the comments that were raised that the community was concerned about a 3-bathroom fixture in the cellar and could possibly could be rented out for living purposes. That's not before the board. Whatever development has to happen has to be as of right and has to comply with all the zoning and with the building code. No living accommodation is permitted in the cellar, and the applicant would have to comply with all the underlying regulations. This is an application pursuant to GCL 35 to permit an enlargement of an existing residential home on the subject zoning lot located within the bed of a mapped but unbuilt portion of 89th Street. This is a very, I have no comments on it. It is just an enlargement of an existing building. We do need sign off from DEP, Fire Department, and DOT. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Excuse me, Mr. Costanza's hand, Executive
Oh.
Director Costanza's hand is up
Yes.
before we.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, just for clarification or for an instruction to the applicant, I'll defer to the board, but if there's any extraneous information on the plans, like fixtures or something like that, perhaps the recommendation could be to remove them from
Okay.
the plan so that there isn't any confusion in the future.
Okay, thank you. And should the applicant need further clarification, they can reach out to your office. Mr. Costanza, they can reach out to you for further clarification.
Sure, of course, or the project manager.
Yeah, or the project manager. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm satisfied with that.
I can't hear you.
Couldn't hear you, Commissioner Shetta.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I thank you, and I have no further comments to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Nothing further from me.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no comments.
Thank you.
Okay, this concludes the public review session.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
Okay, we'll take a
Stretch our
10-minute.
legs up.
Good.
So it's now 11:40.
So come back at 11:50 for the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners. We don't have all the commissioners. We are waiting for, we don't have a quorum. Right,
Okay, we have 3.
we have 3. We have a quorum. Let's do one thing. It's 51. Let's start at least getting the applicants lined up.
Okay, you want to put the review set, the public hearing notice up?
Yeah.
Steve? Okay, good afternoon. We're in the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for November 14, 2022. This first item up is the special order calendar, new cases, item number 24, 16460BZ, 100-20 Metropolitan Avenue, Queens. This would be Carl Safara. See if he's in the room. Yeah, Paul's in. Can we let him in?
He's in.
Okay, thank you, sorry. I don't have a full, why am I don't have a full view? Carl, you want to join as panelist, please? Mr. Safaro? Let's see.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you join as panelist for video?
He's joined as panelist.
Oh, I mean, I'm sorry, just put your video on. Sorry, thank you, Chase. Monday morning yada. Can we proceed with him being a video, Chase?
Yeah, could you try to start your video camera, Mr. Solfaro?
1 second. You know, I'm not technically.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you raise your right hand, Carl? Thanks. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I hope you were listening to the review session. You heard the board's comments. Please respond.
Okay. Regarding parking spaces, we would be satisfied with 4 that show on the drawing. There's no need for that 5th space that was on the previously approved plans.
Okay,
I'll get a hold of those Google Street Maps to show continuity of use. I just point out that we did submit a copy of the most recent New York City Fire Department permit for the gasoline station. As to signage, we can do the sign analysis by frontages. So we can show you clearly what the square footage is for each of the frontages where signage is directed.
okay,
As to
Thank you.
lighting, there is no lighting on the southerly lot line. That's the one that adjoins the adjoining property, the residential property. We don't have any area lighting back there. There's one area light on the side street about halfway down or halfway inside the property. That's on 70th Road, and there's another one at the corner, Metropolitan Avenue, but far away from the residential areas. And we do have a note on the plan indicating that all area lighting is directed downward away from adjoining property.
We have now a little bit more robust of a lighting note. The project manager will provide that information to you. So
I
if
will
you
put that on.
add that to your plan.
Will
And you don't have any lights mounted on the building itself.
I think there was one, my best recollection. It was aimed more or less on the side of the building. So at night, if people wanted to use the restroom in the back, they would put that light on. I don't think it's on all night, but I'll check. And if it is, I'll make sure that the attendant there is directed not to put it on all night because there's no need for it. Nobody accesses the parking area at night, and there's no need to provide any lighting in that area.
I didn't see the note on the plans. Can you refer me to which plan that?
Drawing number 1. A1
Group A1.
in the
Okay.
upper right-hand corner. All area lighting directed
Yep,
down.
I see that. Yep, I see it. Thank you.
Okay, I mean, that's the traditional note that we had for service station applications. If you have a new one, I'd be glad to incorporate
I'll
the
send it to you, Carl.
new thinking. Thank you. Okay, trash enclosure. I think where the trash bin is located is the best spot for the trash bin to be located. We'll make a little enclosure around that, most likely out of the polyvinyl material. So that can be closed in and there'll be no visibility of that from the lot line.
Yeah, I think it's more than the visibility. In this particular case, it's more of it doesn't kind of get moved around and it gets contained in an area. And that's really the primary reason. I agree with you. It's not visible. It is probably in the best location, close to the commercial. Yes.
I think leaving it where it is and then closing it will solve any issue with respect to trash enclosure. And we'll provide that. For noise complaints, there was a noise complaint when the sidewalks were being replaced on both frontages. You see the new sidewalks on the property. There was a noise complaint. It was tempered as well. The complaint that the neighbor had alleging that the workers weren't complying with COVID restrictions as to distancing and so forth. And that the building department, when they went there, they dismissed the complaint. They didn't find those conditions to be existing, but nonetheless, the sidewalks are in and we like to think that COVID is behind us. So that whatever was the temporary condition there, it no longer obtains.
Thank
Not
you for
aware.
clarifying that. I didn't actually mean complaints coming from like a temporary condition like that. I was talking about complaints related to the operation of the station, and you clarified that. Thank you.
Yeah, I can tell you there were complaints in the past because the operator who was replaced was not maintaining that portion of the property nearest the building. The neighbor next door had recently done a major renovation in the building. You can see it. And I think he was being protective of his property and rightfully so. Well, with the new neighbor, the new operator of the service station, we don't seem to be having any problems with him at all. Okay, and you mentioned, Commissioner, some PDFs. Maybe you wanted them reprinted. Could you just tell me which ones in particular?
The drawings, if you look at them, it sounds like they were generated from a scan, not directly from AutoCAD. Even A-, you can
The drawings?
some straight lines are not straight lines.
You're talking about the drawings.
Can be reduced.
Am I right? You're talking about the drawings.
Commissioner Sheta, you're, okay.
I didn't hear him.
Yes, I'm talking about the drawings. That's
Okay,
correct.
We're going to be modifying the drawings at least to some extent, so we'll give new drawings and upload those again.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I think that's it. Is there anything else? Any other questions?
Any other questions from any of the commissioners? Okay, let's then go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 16460 BZ, 100-20 Metropolitan Avenue, Queens. This is an extension of term for a previously approved automotive service station. Should you have any concerns, please dial 646-558-8656 or 888-475-4499, which is our toll-free number. You will enter webinar ID number 839-4234-5980 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, you can press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're in, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak.
Mr. Safaro,
Yes.
how long do you think it will take you to make these changes?
Well, I want to get out there personally and take a look and see what I see. Then I'll get the architect involved. So I would imagine maybe 4 weeks, something like that.
I just want to say that if you want to keep 5 parking spaces, it's fine with me. I just want to make sure that the drawing is clear since I saw a reduction, which typically we don't see. That's why I raised that question.
I understand. But as I said, I believe 4 would be enough. I know this property for more years than I'd like to admit, and I've never seen them using more than 4 spaces. So that's why I say 4 spaces. 4 spaces should be more than enough.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners while we are waiting for public to call in? We have. We have to just give another minute.
Fine.
Almost done.
Okay. So I have a question for the commissioners. Since substantially we have no issues with the application, it's mostly just correcting the information and updating the information. Are we okay with closing this application?
I'm fine with closing.
Okay, I see Commissioner Yoon agreeing, Commissioner Shibata agreeing, Commissioner Sheta. Okay, I think we have a you're okay with closing it?
I am.
Okay, all right, great. So everybody seems, so I would make a, Commissioner.
Wait, fire department.
Chief Daly, do you have any comments on it? Okay. So I will then make a recommendation to close, but the applicant has to revise all the information. And should everything be perfect, we can then happily vote. We will let you know, Mr. Safaro, as to when it's going to be scheduled for hearing. It's most likely it's going to be in January.
That's fine.
You don't have any time in December.
Fine.
Any space in there. Okay.
Whatever's the next available date will be fine.
Okay.
Motion to close. Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shibata,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, schedule for decision. Okay, thank you, Mr. Safaro. We'll let you know.
Good
Okay.
to see
Thank
you,
you very
Mr.
much.
Safaro.
And would you please remember to send me that note exactly the way you like it as to the lighting
Yes, sir.
being directed,
Yes, sir.
so this way we can get it correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is item number 25, 19705 BZ, 813, 815 Broadway, Manhattan. This is Jay Goldstein.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein.
Raise your hand. Do you, sorry. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed. I'm sure you're the board's comments.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein on behalf of the applicant. We thank the board for their consideration with regards to this. I know it's been a while, but as mentioned, there was a lot of obstacles outside of our control. Commissioner Yoon, with regard to your comment, yeah, the demolition permit's on file with Biz. The DOB, the NB had to be switched from Biz to DOB now. We actually got an LNO in July 25th of 2022 to allow for the transfer from the Biz NB system to the DOB now NB system. So we will be pursuing the DOB now filing once this is approved. But we do have, and I guess this goes to Commissioner Sheta's comments, we do have commitments for the retail tenant. We have done a lot of pre-ordering for items that have a very large lead time as a result of COVID. So we do have a fire under us because there's a lot of money at stake here. So we will be pursuing this expeditiously.
Okay. So therefore, there is no need to change the timeline.
The timeline on my end is fine, and I think it was just with regard to the to whether or not the restriction on the resolution should be extended. I appreciate the board's consideration of not extending it. I understand that if we do come back for an extension, the bar will be pretty high. So whether it says no extensions or if we come back and have to beg for an extension, either way, it'll be pretty high.
I think the commissioners were, we all had a recent reality check in the last 2 years. So I
Right.
think at this point, it would be best for us to hold off from that. But be that as it may, should you not be able to, barring any calamity or any issue, it's not going to bode well.
I fully understand.
Questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Yoon, are you satisfied with the response?
I am. I don't see it on DOB now, but I mean, the sort of, anyway, beside the point. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, it's not there yet. We have the demo permit. We'll file for this once we get this approval because the timing had already expired.
Okay,
So,
but the approval will take some time. Am I confusing it? Isn't this the one where the timeline said you would have
April.
a permit within a month of the approval?
We'll have a demo permit will be issued within a month of
Demo
approval.
permit, right?
Right.
oh, so it was regarding demo permit and not the building permit.
I was
Right,
asking
but we
about
have the building permit ready to go. That's why we got the LNO from the board in July, the end of July, because it had to switch from Biz to DOB now. But that's ready to go. Also, once we have this approval in place, it's full steam ahead.
Just for the record, could you please provide that information? I somehow I did miss the fact that you do have the building permit.
We don't have a building permit yet.
No, she
You
doesn't,
don't-
he doesn't have it. You
We
mean
will
you're
get
talking about the
a demo
LNO?
permit within a month.
Okay. All
We'll
right.
get a demo permit within a month, the expediter tells me, and everything else will follow suit very rapidly because it's all geared up and ready to go.
And you think you would be able to get a building permit in time for the timeline that you're proposing? I think that was a question.
Yeah.
had.
So we asked for 4 years, which is what the board, the 4-year term, which the board usually has. We think we'll be done in 2 years. We'd like the buffer just for the TCO process or the CO process, which is really what can take the most time. Permitting and construction, we think we'll be fine on.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sheta, are you okay? Was your
Yes,
question?
yes, I am.
Okay, all right. Any other questions or comments from any of the commissioners? All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we are currently discussing is 19705BZ. Property is 813, 815 Broadway. This extension of time to complete 11-story mixed-use mixed-use building with ground floor commercial. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 839-4234-5980 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone, and if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, while we are waiting for public to weigh in, I really don't see any issues unless something gets raised during the public testimony. So I would recommend that we close this application, but barring any issues that may come up during the public testimony period. We are waiting for the clock. 1 more minute.
No, it's less than a minute. It's coming.
Okay.
Almost.
Almost.
Maybe I should just put it at a minute. I don't know.
I think 2 minutes should be enough.
I do put it at 2 minutes. I don't know if
Oh,
that
you
was
do?
too much for you. Yeah.
No.
There we go.
All right. Maybe 1.5 minutes.
Okay.
1 minute. Yeah.
30 seconds.
No, 1 minute should be enough.
1 minute. Okay.
Yeah. All right. I don't have any comments. We seem to be satisfied with the applications. I would make a recommendation to close this application. There's no submission required. We will let you know, Mr. Goldstein, when it's scheduled for decision.
If I could just ask, I know December is probably very tough. It'll let us close the loan to actually keep that commitment. So it'll help tremendously if we can
Counsel?
get December. If not, we'll push for January. Tony, I have to ask Tony.
Fair enough. We will do our best. Look, January is definitely possible. December, I can't commit to, but we will let you know as soon as possible. We
Okay,
will let you. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Okay. Motion to close. Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye. Thanks.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Item number 26, 20315 BZ, 44 Union Square, East Manhattan. This is Cream and Levin. This is. Who's this, Joe? Jeff? Jeff Mulligan. Okay. Hi, Mr. Mulligan. How are you, sir?
I'm good.
You have Susan Hinkson attending, or no? Who else is with you?
It's just me.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, I'm sure you've heard a review session. Please respond to the board's comments.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Chanda and Commissioners. Jeff Mulligan from Kramer Levin for the applicant. I did watch the review session, and I think the only issue that was raised, Chair Chanda, was a question about the elevator on the cellar level. I sounded like Commissioner Otley Brown addressed it, but I don't know if it was still a question or not.
No, you did. Commissioner Brown did. Otley Brown did. It just looked kind of odd when you looked at the plan, and so that's why.
Right, and so we'll add the note that the location, and I mean actually the elevator has been built already, and it connects. There are two elevators that connect the floors, But we just have the note that it's subject to change, which it could depending on the retail tenant.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's fine with me. Any questions or comments from any of the commissioners? Okay, let's go to the public then.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 203-15BZ. Should you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656. You may also dial in our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number, which is 839-4234-5980, and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you are in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling on the phone to unmute. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your screen. Once you are allowed in, you will have 3 minutes to speak. Time starting now.
Okay,
9 seconds, 8. Okay.
all right.
Okay. Was
Uh,
there any submission?
No, can we remove the, yeah. All right. I will make a recommendation. We close the application. No submission required.
Okay. Motion to close. Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
We will let you know when it's scheduled for decision.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No submission.
Bye.
Okay. Item number 27, 2017-304BZ, 156-160 17th Street, Brooklyn. This should be Barbara Resnickow. There she is. Please join as panelists, Ms. Resnickow. Unmute and open your video, please. Thank you. Can you unmute, please?
Do you see a,
She's there,
I
but
got it. Thank you.
there are.
Sorry,
Thank
I
you.
was
It's on the
clicking on
bottom
it,
of the
but it wasn't working.
Okay, great. Raise your right hand. Ms. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
You heard the
Yes.
board's comments. Please respond. Please state your name for the record and respond.
My name is Barbara Resnickow. I'm here as a representative of the owner of the site, La Mirada Shippers. I think the main comment was about the timeline being off. And yes, it is off. I prepared my materials in August. Since then, we've had a number of problems, primarily with financing. The project has run longer than expected, so the interest has increased and hard costs have spiraled upwards. We're working extremely hard right now to raise additional equity to satisfy our senior lender. And the hard part of the project is done, which is, basically, or it's almost done, the foundations. Right now, about 65% of the basement mat slab has been poured. The foundation walls are formed for concrete so that nothing more should delay us. One other comment I had, it sounded like the commissioners understood that the issue with the supportive excavation was on our site. It wasn't, it was on the adjacent site, and it damaged our site. Therefore, the existing buildings, which were still there prior to demolition, were deemed unsafe. So we had to do the demolition in a far more costly and time-consuming manner, resubmit plans. So it had to be done from performed by hand from man lifts above the building. Anyway, that situation is resolved. The buildings are demolished and the foundations are nearly complete. Once we get rolling again, we should be able to move pretty quickly because it's basically the foundations that tend to hold things up.
So I would then recommend that you revise your timeline and provide a revised timeline. I mean, to the best of your knowledge in terms of what you think the timeline would be. I understand there are still some moving parts.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I will do so.
Yeah, you have 4 years, so you I guess use up all of your 4 years, but just give us some reasonable time frame within that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And with that, if that needs some modification or correction in the statement of facts, wherever you have that statement, please do revise that accordingly.
Yes.
It could be like very simple, just to eliminate the word now because it gives the impression that we're talking about present. Just make it as a result of back then hazardous condition or something like that. Because when I read it, I got the impression that you're conveying to us that now there are unsafe conditions on site, and that's why I raised this comment.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right, I think the unsafe conditions seem to have been resolved, so you may just want to update that statement. That may have affected your timeline and delay. That was part of the delay reason, but that's been addressed. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to the public?
Any other questions or comments from any
I'm
other?
sorry.
Okay, all right, let's go to the public.
Sorry, Commissioner. The case we're currently discussing is 2017-304BZ, 156-160 17th Street, Brooklyn. Extension of time to complete construction, development of a charter school. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number, which is 888-475-4499 if you're outside the city. You will enter webinar ID number 839-4234-5980, At the next prompt, you will press the #. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you're on the phone. If you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the small hand at the bottom of the screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss the application. And I'm starting the clock now.
Unknown caller. Ms. Resnicka, how long will it take you to make this correction?
By the end of today.
Well, we cannot promise December. We will try, but we have a very booked calendar.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I would just add that I need to, our lenders may start asking me to make a statement about this special permit. So to the extent that I don't have it, it just makes getting the financing that much harder.
When do you, what's your timeline in terms of the financing there? Let me ask you backwards.
I can't give you an exact timeline because we have to raise the equity. We're working very hard on it, hopefully within a month, because we want to get back, we need to get back on track desperately.
Okay. We know we can definitely schedule for you in January. December is the question mark. We will do our best. We will get back to you as soon as possible. If we can do December, we'll let you know, but
Thank you. I appreciate that.
otherwise January is definitely possible. Is January too late for you?
I can't say. It's one factor. Being able to represent that we have our entitlements completely in place is important. When we'll have the equity is an open question, hopefully within a month, because we need to get going.
Okay, all right.
Do you want to make a motion to close, Vice Chair?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to close and then the submission of revising the statement of fact and the timeline.
Okay, Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosika. Good
So
to see
your
you.
project manager, Ms. Banks, Banks, she will get back to you on the dates.
Thank you very much.
Okay, appeals calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 29, 2021 10A 3869 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island.
This is Mr. Dale's case.
He's there. Hi.
Hello, good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record. You don't need to be sworn in.
My name is Todd Dale. I'm here on behalf of this application for Victory Boulevard. So I did listen into review session and heard the comments of the board. It seemed like there are two primary issues that were raised. The first, with respect to the overgrowth, we'll reach out to the property owner today and ask them to clean up the overgrowth so that a pedestrian passage is available and we can submit a photograph or photographs to the board showing that. And then with regard to the SCP, we appreciate the board's patience. As noted, the prior architect and engineer professional had retired, so new professionals were retained. We're anticipating that the SCP will be filed very shortly. And I know that that would be necessary for DEP to issue the LNO. I know from other cases, the board has granted on condition. That said, since we're far enough along, at least with filing, we can provide the proof. So administratively, I'm not sure how the board wants to proceed with the case, but we can get those items in, and if this were closed for a decision, submit them as soon as we have them available. And that would also leave the board the option to defer a decision if there was anything else outstanding.
I want to go, do we have a sign up from fire department?
Oh,
on this?
Sure. Let me take a look at my file. That's a good question.
We don't have a comment from fire department or DOT.
Okay.
So
Understood.
we do need those two.
Okay. So, we can respond accordingly to any of the comments. I would say, with respect to the fire department, since it's really odd that this section of Victory Boulevard is not mapped, which is the reason, the source of this application, we wouldn't anticipate any questions from the fire department, but we can respond. We did add the notes that were requested previously, and with DOT, from available online resources, this doesn't show in, I'm not sure what comments they might have, since this isn't a GCL 35, so, and it's a city-owned property, but again,
I'm sorry. You know what? We have done so many GCL 35s today. I just kept thinking this is 35.
Right. So yeah.
Well, previously we were sending,
Yeah, so I don't think we need a DOT sign. Did we send anything to DOT on this one?
We may have Vinroy, check with Vinroy.
Okay.
But I will also have a Commissioner, sorry, fire department's hand is up.
Yes, Chief Daly.
Oh,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can have the fire department letter of no objection by the end of today.
Okay. Wow, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Vinroy? Vinroy?
Yeah, some DOT were pending on this.
Oh, you did send it to DOT. Okay. Which one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I think the critical part on this is fire department, since this is not a GCL 35. What we could do is, let's go to the public. First, any commissioners have any questions for Mr. Dale? Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay. The case we are currently discussing is 2021-10A, 3869 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island. This is a construction of one-story commercial building in the map, not fronting on a map street under General City Law, Section 36. Should you wish to discuss, it's dial 8656, or a toll-free number if you're outside the city, 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 839-4234-5980 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling in, and if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're in, you will be given 3 minutes to speak.
All right. When will you be able to, I do like the idea of you submitting the SCP plan, and it would be great if the SCP plan can be submitted before the board votes.
So today I'll reach out to the property owner and ask them about cleaning the overgrowth, and I'll reach out to the new architect engineer team about the SCP status and see if we can get like a proof of filing or something. Because I'm not sure, to be honest, I'm not sure how long it would take to approve, but at least if we had the proof of filing available, we could get that submitted. So I'm not sure. I would expect, that we'd be able to have the overgrowth cleared and at least some additional information with the SCP available to submit to the board within a week, if not sooner.
Okay. And how long typically does it take for DEP to approve an SCP?
I will say I get varying reports from the engineers that our office works with. They'll generally say 4 to 6 weeks. That's the estimate. Sometimes it's different. Sometimes on industrial loop, it tends to be a little faster because there's a master plan approval already in place. And sometimes it's just an administrative filing with a limited level of review. For something like this, I'm not sure. Part of the reason I think this one might go faster is just because Victory Boulevard is so improved already with many existing buildings there. So it may make it a little bit quicker, but I'm going to give you the general 4 to 6 weeks with the right to reserve my mind or change my mind on that estimate, depending on how things go.
Sure.
Okay, Vinroy, you have your hand up still?
Yes, DOTs are also asking for a site plan showing the sanitary sewers and water mains on Victory Boulevard.
DOT or DEP?
DEP.
DEP.
Yeah.
DEP, I thought that we had submitted that information. You know what? I can review that and double check what the status is. I think the last survey we submitted had that information. But I'll double check that in conjunction with the SCP information. Our hope would be that if the SCP could get approved, that would make all the other information moot because it would be included in the SCP approval. But
Right.
We'll review that and I'll make a note of that.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Bell?
That's it that I have from my end.
So all we need is, we are going to get a fire department sign off. DOT is a question mark whether it's needed since it's a GCL 36. I haven't looked through the plans to see if all the DEP comments were incorporated or not. Could Mr. Dale please make sure that they are?
And I'll reach out to Mr. Bell if I have any questions about making sure I've got the latest DEP requests.
Yes. Yeah.
And Vice Chair, to the best of my recollection, there's DOT had responded on this one and they didn't have anything outstanding, to the best of my recollection.
Okay. I guess it was just an email that was probably sent.
Yes.
Okay. Could you please upload that in the share file and so that we have it on record?
Okay.
Okay. So it seems we have pretty much most of the sign-ups from the two critical. We will have one from a fire department and DOT has no comments. So I would make a recommendation to close, but in the meantime, Mr. Dale, you have to work with your client to clean up the overgrowth and submit an SCP plan and provide a proof of that submission. And in a letter, if you can just let us know typically how long it takes for DEP to approve SCP plans.
Agreed, and we'll work on that right away, the overgrowth and the DEP items.
Okay. Any comments from any of the commissioners regarding this? All right.
I had one more comment I forgot to mention earlier. The survey that we have, I believe, is from January of 2021, or that's when it was submitted, and it's dated 2014, and it indicates the old tax lots, tax lot 16 and 22 pre-merger. I was wondering if you have an updated survey, if that could also be part of your resubmission.
I will add that to our list.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we make a motion to close?
Yeah, sorry, I was taking notes. All right, make a motion to close. And how long will it take you to make all of these changes?
The overgrowth, I would say probably a week. The SCP, at least we could get the core information within a week. And, you know, if we're waiting on the approval of the filing, it might take a little bit longer. The survey, I'm not sure about. I think there's probably a more update survey. If not, and we needed a new survey, that might take a little bit longer to get a survey out there to update things. I'd say that's probably like maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay. I will then say 3 weeks. And since we are coming into holiday times, I'll add another more week.
Oh, we didn't go to the public?
We didn't?
You went to the public before.
We went to the public.
The chair
yes.
said something.
Yeah, I don't know, Steve is emailing me saying, how do you go to the public? I know I went to the public. It's weird.
Can someone verify the YouTube video? There'll be a lag.
I did go to the public.
I think we did.
Yes.
I think because we are now holding it for 1 minute, it seemed like very brief of a blip.
Yeah.
That's why.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Has someone confirmed it? You know, I don't want this to get ruled out if we didn't hold a hearing. That's why, Mr. Dale, I just want to make sure we did.
Understood.
Is he confirmed? Steve, are you confirming that?
We went to the public. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's what I thought. That's like, what?
Okay. All right.
We're cooking.
Okay. We are. Okay, so make a motion to close and there will be submissions required.
Okay. Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta? Commissioner Sheta?
He had to step out for a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Commissioner Shibeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Next, thank you.
Thank you.
So, item number 2021-57A, 1990 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. This is a GCL 35. And this is Ms. Bolidare.
Hi, just me today.
Okay, you don't need to be sworn in. Please state your name for the record.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC.
Okay, you heard the board's comments and thank you for submitting those revised plans on short
Okay,
notice.
no problem. So thank you so much for your comments. Feel a little bit bad. I know that agencies have a lot of difficulty reviewing stuff, and I feel a little bit bad for this client. So I'm just here to ask, because DOT is all we're waiting for, if there's any way we can set a firm decision date so we can have a response, or any other things you may suggest so we can finish this project. Because this is on a widened street with many, it's a GCL 35 on a widened street with other GCLs in Staten Island.
I don't know. They didn't give me a deadline date. They didn't give me a date. Yeah, I asked, I begged.
So here's the, I need to be very careful, because if we grant these, there will be others requesting a similar kind of decision. So
yeah,
I'm going to be very careful in my decision making. In this case, unlike other cases, DOT did weigh in and ask for comments, and I do appreciate those comments being reflected in the plans, but DOT needs to be okay with it, because should DOT have any other additional comments, we will have to reopen.
fair enough.
You'll end up losing one more day in one more cycle of a calendar.
Yeah, understood.
So please be patient, and I understand your concern, but in this case, DOT did have extensive comments. I mean,
and we understand that. Just had to ask, because I don't want to tell the client we're up in the air. Who knows?
You're doing your best. You're doing your job.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And there were not any other comments, right? From any of the commissioners. Do you have any questions? Okay, let's go to the public then.
The case we are currently discussing is 2021-57A, 1990 Highland Boulevard, Staten Island. This is proposed construction of a two-story commercial building located in the Map Street, contrary to General City Law, Section 35. If you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or a toll-free number if you're outside the city, 888-475-4499. And you will enter webinar ID number 839-4234-5980 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. You're in the room, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the lower part of your computer screen. Once you're permitted in, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak. The time to call in starts now.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute is up.
Oh.
Vice Chair?
Okay, sorry. All right,
So whatever date you think we'll get a response works for us.
well, let me ask, who is the project manager on this?
Island? I am.
You are, okay. Have you received any comments, any follow-up?
I have reached out. We have reached out on this and a couple of the other GCLs. Don't have a timeline from DOT. They're saying divisions are reviewing it. They received her submission in response to their comments. I don't have a date, unfortunately.
Okay.
We
Well,
did tell
we'll
them the
keep-
hearing was the 14th, so.
Yeah, we will keep pushing them. As you know, Ms. Matthias is known
Thank
for
you.
getting things done. And
She always follows up with me, so I know she's following up with everyone.
Yeah, she's on top of it. So we will continue to pursue and do our best, but we have to be respectful of our sister agencies and their pipeline and priorities. So we will do our best. And we'll schedule it at the earliest possible, which is definitely going to be January. I cannot promise December.
That makes sense. Thank you. I will let everyone know and I'll speak to everyone soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we need no submission except DOT.
Yeah.
Okay.
And unless DOT has any comments that needs to be reflected in the plan, the other thing on the plan, I don't know, do we need the sheets? And here's the question, do we need the EN 001, 02 and A006, 02 and
No, we're only going to approve we're only approving the site plan, and that's why I had them add that flood note to the site plan.
Okay, but the flood vent note is on A002.
You want to include that, you can.
So maybe then we just include A001 and 002.
Okay.
And 003, that's it.
You want 001, 2, and 3? Okay.
And 004, that's it.
If we're not approving the one with the, I'm sorry, if we're not approving the one with the vents, I wouldn't even bother about it. If we're not gonna stamp it approved, that means that we don't have to worry about it, in my opinion.
Okay, so then we don't even need that flood vent comment on A002.
Yes.
All right, so we'll just do AA1.
Yeah.
Let's just do AA.
Well, you know what, we can discuss this.
No. Yeah.
But Chair, do you want to internally, once we have DOT, if they have comments, they may have to revise the plans again. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So we may have to revise the plan based on DOT comments, and we'll at that time let you know which plan needs to be included and where the note needs to be or not be.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fullader. Sorry. Okay. New cases, item number 31, 2021, 53A and 54A, 4547 Ocean Avenue, Staten Island. This is Mr. Dale. What's that light keep going off?
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant.
Okay.
So I did listen to the comments during review session, and I can respond to them now and follow up later in submission. First, with respect to the flood zone comment, we'll submit the firm map. While I was waiting after the review session, I just took a quick look at online resources, and it does not appear to be in a flood zone, but we'll submit that map so the board has that for the record. With respect to DEP, they did issue a request for modification of the drainage plan, similar to another application that was granted earlier today. We would request that if the board is otherwise satisfied that we could have a drainage plan modification condition prior to issue of a TCO. The sewer corridor that they're requesting is in mapped Gale Court, and it's actually over the full extent of the building, so there's no way to build these structures without that drainage plan modification. So we're agreeable to it and would request a comparable condition. With respect to the path that's shown, I think Commissioner Yoon brought that up first, but to provide a little history for the board, the short answer is that path is not required. These two lots were actually part of a larger lot with existing lot 116, which is that home that is at the rear. It used to be one full lot. And the two lots that are before the board were subdivided pursuant to a Department of Buildings review. They granted a subdivision application. So there's no zoning issues with the building that is in the back. The owner of these lots is actually the owner of that lot also, the existing 116. So that path just existed historically so that they could walk over their own property out to the street. But that path is not required, and the subdivision has been approved by the Department of Buildings. Access to that other home would be through the rear portion. Lot 116, which is where that existing building in the rear is actually quite large and actually extends just to the edge of the currently improved portion of Gale that leads up to the restaurant that is in the rear there. I know we are waiting for the fire department. If there are any issues that are raised by the fire department, we can respond accordingly. This is a GCL 35, but if DOT has any comments, I'm not sure if it needs to be referred to DOT or if it was referred to DOT, but we could respond. It does not appear to be in the capital plan based on available review of online resources. I would also say it's highly unlikely DOT would improve this because right behind the site is the Basilio Inn, which is a historical restaurant that's been there, I think, since 1910, and it would require demolishing this inn. So I seriously doubt DOT is intending to improve Gale Court to its full width. And then the last thing that was just noted is the community board never requested a meeting with our office. I believe it was noted that proof of service and proof of hearing requirements were met. We actually reached out to the community board again, community board 2, because we've had meetings before them in the past. They never requested a meeting. I'm not sure if they had any other questions. Some community boards, have meetings for variance applications, but maybe not for GCL applications. We can reach out again to them and ask. We wouldn't anticipate they would have any questions, but in the interim, before the next appearance, we can reach out to them again. But my guess is they're just waiving comment.
When you mentioned lot 16, you mean 116?
116, yes. Sorry if I misspoke. Yeah, 116, which is the current 116 is shown. I think it's, where is it, 34 and 36? Yes, current 116. Yes.
Okay. And there is an easement. I'm just looking at the tax map. There is an easement. What is that easement about along the Galesville Court?
I'm taking
this is shown on the tax map.
Oh, let me get to the tax map. Just one second. I have so many folders open. I was going to the wrong tax map. So the easement. Oh, I think that easement that's shown there that's just the boundary of the street. The Department of Finance will often indicate a map street as an easement. If you take a look at the easement that's shown, it runs through lot 125 to the south and 116 to the north. That easement is the mapped width of Galesville Court. So when they talk about the easement, that's what that is.
Okay.
It's not another easement.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown, do you have any comments? I think that question was raised by Commissioner Otley Brown.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Regarding
No, that I'm fine with the explanation. I just wanted to ensure there was still going to be access for that house. And as you could say, it's through Galesville Court.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? All right. Everybody's shaking their head side to side, saying no. Let's go to the public.
The case we are just currently discussing is 2021-53A, 4547 Ocean Avenue, Staten Island. This development of 2 semi-detached, 1-family residential homes located partially in the bed of the map street, contrary to the general city law, section 35. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city, toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 839-4234-5980 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press only the pound sign. Press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute if you are calling in. If you're already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your computer screen. And once you are in, you will be allowed 3 minutes to discuss the application. Timing is starting now.
Do we have Chief Daly here?
He has his hand raised, Madam Vice Chair.
Oh, great. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dale, how do I access lot 116 again? I have the plan in front of me, trying to follow how would I get there in the event of emergency.
From Galesville Court, lot 116 has a slight frontage on Galesville Court, that existing home.
Right.
And I know there's also like a parking lot on part of lot 25, which is for the inn.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Google map, and for responding units, they'll go down Galesville Court, go alongside the existing historic restaurant. Then there appears to be a wall there. Is there any opening in that wall for me to get to the house?
I am not sure. I'm taking a look now, but my question, how's this? I can try and get those answers for you, but I'm not sure if access to the house currently would be going through the area we're proposing to build. My question, I guess my question is while I'm trying to take a look at that, is wouldn't current access be that route anyway? I don't think that the fire department would come from Ocean Avenue and over that long yard and that path, would they?
Yes, they would.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen them access to a property from other properties, adjacent properties to get there.
Then what I will say to you is we'll get back to you. I'll reach out to the architect and see if I can get more clarification, because I think obviously a very legitimate question. I'll reach out to them and try and get a response to you as soon as I can.
And then now I'm also looking at the Google map. Of course, we had the existing house, and they own this very large side yard.
So the existing home, which is the one that's on lot 116, the lot that's not part of the application, but that lot 116 home, correct? That's what you're referencing?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, that they own that yard all the way up to Galesville Court. So it would run adjacent to the restaurant and the parking lot for the restaurant. It's a very large parcel. Here, I don't know if I'm allowed to share the screen.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so let me do that, and I'll show you.
Have you provided access for Mr. Dale to share screen?
Let me do this. So I'm showing the tax map now. Do you see the tax map? Did that come up?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so the home where my mouse hand is right there, that's where the existing building you're talking about is. They own lot 116 all the way up to Galesville Court here. The restaurant would be where my hand is right now. And this is all vacant, undeveloped. That's the grassy area with trees that you see on the overhead photos.
Yes, I do. Okay.
So right here, I switched to the photos on my screen. Let me see. See, there's the existing home right there. They own this whole parcel right here that I'm sort of circling with my mouse.
Okay.
And there's the parking lot for the restaurant.
Where your mouse was.
Right here?
The wall that's between the yard and Galesville Court. Are there any openings in that wall?
I think that is a great question. I will find out.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've been at the site. So let me make a note of that. I'm going to stop my share right now. I will make a note to ask about access and to ask about the wall.
Yeah, then if there was access, then the truck can go right into that access point, go to the yard and be able to get to that existing house.
I will get
So,
a response
just-
in as soon as I can.
Okay.
So just so I understand, fire department's concern is with access to lot 116, even
That's
though that's not before the board.
That is correct. No, I mean, if we're satisfied with access to lot 116, then we have no objection to lot 34 and 36. But if we had no access to lot 116, now you have an interior lot. There's no way for the fire department to get to that house. Either an ambulance or an engine, but to get to that house, and we would have to ask that some access way be provided. But if there is luckily we have that large yard, and if there's access from the court to the yard, I would have the fire department would have no objection that we can go straight into the yard. Don't have to drive alongside the existing restaurant to get access to the house.
Understood from our point, and we'll get a response back to those valid questions.
I'm just curious. I mean, I'm sure currently lot 116 has a parking area, and how is the current, if somebody is driving to lot 116, the owner, where are they parking? And where is that entrance? Is that from Galesville or from Ocean Avenue?
Actually, lot 116 does not have parking.
Wow. And
home was built, I think, in the 1920s.
But
so
I'm just assuming there is car ownership. So somebody's driving somewhere. Where are they driving?
They might have an agreement. I'm not sure. I can reach out to the owner and ask if he knows. I mean, it might either be street parking, or maybe the restaurant has a good relationship with them and they park a car, but I don't know if they own a car. I do know that parking's not required, and DOB, when they approved the subdivision, confirmed the zoning was okay. That application, I think, was approved in early 2021, the subdivision. So, but I can ask in addition to the other questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's a big question that needs to be responded to.
Agreed.
All right. How long will it take for you to respond? And I guess you'll be going back and forth with Chief Daly with the comments.
That is the biggest. I mean, the flood map would take no time, and the drainage plan condition, obviously, I make sure that we've requested it in the letter. I think we did. So the fire department is really the major issue. I think we can be flexible with time, and I realize the board's calendar is full and with the holidays coming up. So hopefully we could resolve something in like 3 weeks. But again, I think for this particular matter, we could be flexible with the board's calendar in order to ensure that we have sufficient time to respond to Chief Daly's questions.
Yeah, that's critical. Okay, all right. So sometime in January or February.
Yeah, January would be great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Daly. All right, next.
2021 72A 7-11 Annapolis Street, Queens. That's Alexis Landsman. Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please state your name for the record and proceed. You heard the board's questions at review session.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alexia Landisman from Sheldon LaBelle on behalf of the applicant. We attended the executive session and have heard your comments. The first one was about an easement on the property. I'd like to just make it known that there actually is no easement on the property. The easement label may be due to a digital conversion error. There is no indication of an easement on the tax maps from 1959 until 2008. And I believe it's the reason it's called an easement, or what it is it's an extension of the street widening line that shows lot 32 and part of lot 35 as part of the map, but on both streets. This also would match the street status letter map that was submitted with the NOC report. You'll also notice the same labeling. So having said all of this, I'm happy to submit a cover letter, just highlighting that there is no easement and just clarifying what I've just stated. The other comments were with regards to the DEP comments. We have actually addressed all the DEP comments. As of this morning, we have sent over the new drainage plans, and we have been in touch with DEP all of last week to just confirm that we'll get their approval. We received information that we would have to get that drainage can be amended, a drainage plan can be amended. And while we were told the process should take months, we're hoping to expedite that process, and we're working with them to be able to get their sign off sooner rather than later. Finally, we have not heard anything back from the DOT or the fire department. And I know that Joseline has been following up with them. It appears that those were the only outstanding comments. So we've finished addressing all the comments that were addressed to us. And we're hoping to be put on the decision calendar, obviously with the fact that we'd be hearing, a response from DOT and the fire department.
Okay. Yes, we do need DOT and fire department. We do have Chief Daly here. Just give me a minute. So, so you have submitted your drainage plan, and you expect can you submit in your next submission? If you do not receive a sign off from DEP, can you submit a proof of submission?
Oh, absolutely. Sure. Absolutely.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Ms. Lensman from the commissioners? Nobody has any comments. Okay. Chief Daly?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, all right.
I'm just looking at a Google map. Can you go to general public? And if I have any comments, I'll come right back.
Sure. Sounds good. So let's go to the public.
Thank you.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 2021-72A 7-11 Annapolis Street, Queens. This is an enlargement of an existing building within the bed of the map street under General City Law, Section 35. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or if you're outside the city, toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 839-4234-5980 and press the pound sign. Once you press the pound sign, you'll press the pound sign at the next prompt. Press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the small hand at the bottom of your screen. And once you are in, you will be allowed 3 minutes to discuss the application. And I'm starting the clock to allow calls in now. Okay.
Okay.
Fire department?
Is fire department ready? Okay.
No, the fire department has no objection. They did show the location of the hydrant. Unfortunately, that it's overgrown brush in that area. So we'll probably, I'll send a team out there. We're gonna have to issue a violation order, but they have to clear up the brush in the area so we can have access to an existing hydrant. Other than that, we have no objection to this application, and we'll prepare a letter of no objection to submit to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm assuming this violation is not to the subject applicant, it's to another property owner.
That is correct. It would be to the other property owner. It's right across the street from.
Right. Yeah, I'm seeing that fire hydrant tucked away. Okay, I see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lensman, how long will it take you to just make those very minor changes? Actually,
We can submit that within the week as far as a cover letter clarifying just the easement situation and just sending you proof of notice to the DOT, I'm sorry, to the DEP. We can send that over this week. It would be great if we can be put on the decision calendar. Obviously, hopefully we'll hear back from the DOT prior to the next hearing.
I'm okay in this case to put this on for close with the DOT sign off. Partly because, again, I just want to be clear for the record. The reason is this building has been existing for a long time, and city has not purchased this property. I mean, this building has a CO, so I don't quite see it ever opened up for any construction. So, and that's really the action that is before us. So I would be okay with closing it and wait for the submission. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, all right.
Yes,
So-
Madam Vice Chair, Chief Daly has his hand up.
You still have your
sorry.
hand up, Chief. That's okay. You're done. Oh,
Please lower it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
okay.
Thank you, Chief Daly. All right, so motion to close.
Motion to close. Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, this is on for decision.
Thank you very much. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to suggest we still have bunch of cases. The next case is going to be a long one. And I think we should take a half an hour break. Is that okay? Half an hour? Or do you want to
Okay.
make it 45? 45? Okay, let's do a
45 minutes.
Okay, 45-minute lunch break. We have been going at it straight. Well,
You want to round it off to 2 o'clock, madam? Or less than that?
Are you
Is that
trying
too
to
much?
squeeze an extra 2 minutes for lunch?
Hey,
Just
Okay,
saying.
2 o'clock it is. We'll resume.
because it's 1:12. You're putting 45 minutes.
Okay,
2 o'clock. Okay,
thank you.
thank you. Okay, everybody come back.
All right, all the commissioners. Well, we have 2 more minutes. Sorry.
Oh, shoot. Two o'clock. Ready?
Yes.
Steve? Steve, change the picture, please. Thank you. Thank you. We're back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for November 14th, 2022. The next item is appeals calendar, new cases, item number 33, 2022, 2A, 728 Court Street, Brooklyn. We have a few people with the hands raised. Melanie Myers, Andrew Glassman, Emma Manson, Lee Whiteman, Adnan Pasha, Colette DeLauro. Is this all part of the team, Ms. Myers?
This is all part of the team. I'm going to do the presentation, but we have a lot of people to help answer questions if need be.
Okay, so this is an appeals case, so no one needs to be sworn in. So once you have all your team in place, you can state your name for the record and begin your presentation.
Great. Thank you very much. So my name is Melanie Myers, representing the application on behalf of RXR LBA Red Hook Owner LLC, the owners of the property. And as you know, this is an application for General City Law, Section 35 permit, as well as waivers under zoning resolution Section 7201G to waive bulk regulations adjacent to a privately owned paper street. I'm going to try to go through the a short presentation quickly, and I will try to answer the questions that we heard at review session to the extent we can as part of that presentation, and then we'll follow up with certainly answer any further questions that may come up. So if we can just move to the next slide. The site itself, I think many of you have visited, it's an approximately 13.5-acre parcel located along the entry to the Gowanus Creek next to the Henry Street Basin. About half of the site is located in the water, about half of it is land, and almost all of the site is an upland lot from a zoning resolution standpoint. This aerial shows the mapped but unbuilt and privately owned Clinton Street as it sort of approaches and is in the site itself, and you can see it roughly bisects the site, the land portion of the site. Next slide, please. From a zoning standpoint, the property is within an M31 heavy industrial district, a manufacturing district. It allows for a floor area ratio of 2, and which in this case is about 1.16 million square feet. And that does include floor area associated with the map street. I know that was the question earlier today, and that's the condition that occurs because it's mapped privately owned and part of the zoning lot today. The logistics use and the floor area proposed for the site are currently fully consistent with zoning, and the perimeter, the height and setback of the building from the adjacent streets is also consistent with zoning. Next slide, please. Just a couple of pictures. The site had been used for many decades as a fuel distribution facility prior to the acquisition by the current owners in 2021. And as shown is in these not too historic, but historic photos, the prolongation was unimproved and closed off to the public during the that owner's operations. Next slide, please. And looking at it today, the site has been remediated and cleared, but as you can see, the Clinton Street prolongation remains closed and is not used as a street. Next slide, please. About the project itself, it is a 7-story logistics center, as shown in the proposed site plan. The building would occupy most of the land portion of the site, including the Clinton Street prolongation. The exceptions are about a 20 to 25 foot setback from Henry Street Basin and the Gowanus Canal, as well as setbacks of between 10 and 15 feet from the adjoining streets. The site would be proposed building would be entered from 3 curb cuts. One is at the intersection of Bryant and Clinton Street, about halfway down through the site. And then there are 2 curb cuts that would be located along Court Street. One is about 170 feet from the intersection of Bryant and Court Street, and the second is at the end of Court Street. That would allow for ramps, which we will show you in a minute. One of the questions that we received from the fire department was about Court Street itself. And as you can see from the site plan, and now for this ground floor, Court Street will be built out to the bulkhead as part of the project. And it will be built out in accordance with both DOT and FDNY standards, and that would include a safety barrier at the end of Court Street, as well as a condition at the end to allow for maneuvering of emergency vehicles. Wanted to talk a little bit about the organization. Again, the commission is aware of, but we wanted to sort of walk through it. So if you sort of look, and again, one of the opportunities that the Section 35 provides is the opportunity to allow for direct adjacencies between storage and loading areas within the building. as well as opportunities to create the ramps that allow for large trucks to move from grade up to the upper levels of the facility. So if you look at the site, the curb cut at the intersection of Clinton and Bryant Street will provide for access to a box truck entry on its right, sort of as you move into the site itself. It will provide access to the accessory parking for the employees of the facility at grade. And at the very end, it would provide access to a ramp within the building that would allow for larger trucks as well as box trucks, but the larger trucks to access the property, move up to what would be the second level of the facility with all the loading operations for those larger trucks to occur at the upper level. Similarly, if you look at the Court Street side, the first curb cut would provide at-grade access to the accessory parking for the employees. At the end of the street of Court Street towards the water, it provides an access point into ramps, which would go up to what would be the third level of the facility. And again, for loading bays that are at that level. You can also see on this floor, this site plan, a few additional criteria at grade. The first grade would be within the floodplain and would be below the floodplain. Everything at the initial grade will be built in accordance with floodplain requirements and would be a combination of wet and dry flood proofing. The only use that would be on the ground floor beyond the parking and access points for ramps and egress stairs would be a lobby with some accessory parking at the corner of Court Street and Bryant Street. And that lobby area would also have the FDNY command center in this location. Another question that was asked by FDNY was to understand where hydrants would be as part of this project and where they are today. And you can see 3 of them on this site. There's one on Bryant Street, about halfway on the right side of the street, about halfway between the Clinton Street and Court Street. There's one a little bit south of Court Street, and there's one on Court Street itself, about 150 feet from the intersection of Bryant and Court Street, and those would remain. There's an additional fire hydrant a bit to the north of Bryant Street on Clinton, which would also remain. So those would be the 4 hydrants that would be in proximity to the site. There was also a question about parking on Bryant Street. On the south side, adjacent to the property, there's a no standing zone, and that we would be looking for that to remain. There is parking allowed on the north side of Bryant Street. If we can move to the next slide. This is just showing sort of the operations in section. So again, for the larger trucks that would come in on the Clinton Street, Bryant Street, the curb cut, you can see that they would drive to the end, would take a ramp up and get to the second level. Similarly, for the Court Street, you would drive to the end, take the ramps up and get to the third level. And if you move to the next slide, you can see the same activities for the box trucks, which have a smaller turning radius, and so they would be able to enter along Clinton Street, take a turn into the box truck ramp, and get to the third, fourth, and fifth levels. Fourth, fifth, and sixth levels of the facility. There would also be parking on the roof for the box trucks. So that would avoid the trucks needing to leave the site at night and come back in the morning. So to allow for fewer truck movements as necessary. So that's sort of the overall plan for the project. I can go through the findings, but I thought I'd stop there and see if we could answer any questions from the commission. I think the one thing I didn't mention while going through it was, in terms of DEP, and the request for the amendment to the site drainage plan. That's certainly something that we're comfortable doing. It's something that we would look to do in the course of the permitting and building of the project. And we'd understand that that might be a condition of your approval. So I think I'll stop there and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. This was very helpful in terms of the presentation and explaining the circulation. I would, do commissioners have any questions for Ms. Myers? I actually cannot see the rest of the commissioners because of the screen. Do you have more items to present? Do you want to?
We can go through the findings if that would be helpul.
Yeah, let's go
Okay.
through because then
Okay.
we can remove the screen and then we can ask the questions.
Okay, sure. So if we can just move on. This is, again, general GCL section 35, which is relatively straightforward for these points when the city has not acquired title within 10 years. That's certainly the case here. If you can move to the next slide. The street has been shown on the city map since the late 1800s and has never been improved since that time. From an ownership standpoint, next slide, please. The ownership it's been in private ownership at least since the early 20th century, perhaps longer than that. That's actually was confirmed through a quiet title action that we did prior to commencing the Section 35 application. Next slide, please. We also, just looking at it, the street segment has not been used and we do not believe is needed for a public purpose. The only utilities that have been in the street have been there for some time. There's an 8-inch water main with a hydrant at the end. It has only served the private properties on both sides. And as part of this application, which we would work through with DEP, is that we would be capping that piece of infrastructure at the intersection of Bryant and Clinton Street. Again, the applicant owns the property on all sides of the street as well as the street bed itself. Next slide. And then with regards to the section 7201D, we believe we make all of the findings. Next slide, please. As indicated, the property would be in the bed of a unimproved privately owned street. Next slide, please. And does so in connection with the Section 35 application. Slide 17. Sort of in absence of the waivers, there would be heightened setback controls along Clinton Street, which that would require that there's a maximum base height as well as a sky exposure plane. And then the next slide, please. And the only waivers that we're requesting really relate to those heightened setback requirements along the Clinton Street prolongation. The building will be fully compliant with all heightened setback requirements from Court Street, Bryant Street, and the small piece of Clinton Street that is to the north of the Bryant and Clinton Street intersection. So we believe we've made all the findings and we are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Commissioners, do you have any questions for, all right, great. Let's then go to the public.
Sorry, wasn't Mr. Glassman supposed to make a submission? Jella?
Yeah, he was presenting his screen.
Yeah, he was the
Oh,
person.
okay, all right, thank you, Jella. Jella had emailed me and I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no one trusted me to advance the slides.
Okay, do you want to take something from the fire department or you want to just go to the public, Madam Chair?
Let's go to the,
Public
call in
first
the
and then-
public. Let's call in the public and then before start with fire department.
Okay. The case we're currently discussing is 2022 2A 728 Court Street, Brooklyn. This is an application for the construction of a commercial building within the portion of a bed and bath street contrary to general city law, section 35, and bulk regulations under 7201G. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city, it is 888-474-4499. It's a toll-free number. You will enter the webinar ID number 839-4234-5980 #. At the next prompt, you will press the #. Once you're in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand under the at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to speak to discuss the application. And I'm starting the timer now for the phone calling in case there's anyone.
And while we wait for public to call in, let's hear from Chief Daly from Fire Department.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board. The fire department has reviewed this application, both the Bureau of Fire Prevention and the Bureau of Operations. While we had asked that they submit an application for our internal review, along with having this application reviewed by our Marine units, no filings have been done to date. This being a GCL case, and history proves that the fire department always commented on GCL cases, we respectfully request that an application be filed with the fire department so we can have our various units review these plans. Now, while overall we have no objection to closing down Clinton Street, now we only have access from land on 2 streets, Bryant and Court, while we have no access from the Gowanus Creek and Henry Street, but our Marine units would. There have been similar projects built in the waterfront where we required them that they provide a fire department connection on the water side. This way, Marine units can hook up into those fire department connection, draw water from the river into the building to help our land units. Again, we have no plans. We respectfully request that plans do be filed so the various units can review this application, and and we can then provide the applicant with our objection or our letter of no objection. Thank you.
Thank you. So the Marine connection is more, though, I mean, it has nothing to do with the street. I mean, the street was never accessible, right?
Correct. Well, I mean, we have access to the building, to Bryan Street and Court Street.
Right.
2 of the 4 sides. While on the elevation fronting the Gowanus Creek and Henry Street Basin, we have no access.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Again, our Marine units, of course, would come and use their cannons, but we also need to hook into the building to provide water into the fire suppression system that supplements the hydrant water that we're going to be pushing into the building in the event of a fire. And now this being, we're having commercial trucks in there, that is an added fire load. But of course, in the very future, trucks are going to be electric. And while these electric cars, we have not had that much trouble here in the city of New York. Other places in the United States, they have been troubling. For example, I know in the state of New Jersey, in Bergen County, their standard operation procedure, if an electric vehicle is on fire and it's in a garage, they have a tow truck respond with them. They pull that car out of the garage, and then they just douse the car with over 30,000 gallons of water to try to cool the batteries. So this is a concern of the fire department, in the near future when trucks do become electric powered only and we eliminate petroleum, it's going to be a problem. Again, now just even for now, having diesel gas trucks here, that is an issue. We had a few years ago, I know we had an issue with the parking garage for the United States Postal Service on West Street in Manhattan. And in that, we could not access the building to spray water into the building. But it was, it was a gas box truck. And we had to break the exterior opening to run hose lines in. Their fire suppression system inside was inoperable at the time. And so it's a big concern that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms.
Madam Vice Chair,
Sure.
So we received this request or this comment last Thursday. So it's one of those things. We understand that, you know, we want to make sure that we have a project which is safe and we're addressing the fire department's concerns. We had responded to an earlier comment with specific recommendations, not for this issue, but for some other questions that the department had and included the comment that we would be working with the fire department in connection with our DOB permits, which of course we have to do. But we're happy to have a conversation with the FDNY about, you know, the issue that was just raised by Mr. Daly.
Okay, all right. We, just so you know, Ms. Wise, we really cannot proceed with closing or even approving without a fire department sign off.
Yes, we understand that.
Anybody from public who has called?
Nope, not that I'm aware of. I see no hands up and the time to call in is past.
Okay.
If anybody else is in the room, just want to raise their hand. Once again, this is 2022-2A, 728 Court Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. So I think we just need to get the sign off from the appropriate agencies for us to proceed. I think DEP, you have indicated, sorry, is there anybody who wants to? All right. You know, I think with DEP, when will you be submitting the amended drainage plan? Would that be now or would that be during the process post-approval kind of?
The expectation had been post-approval and do it as part of that. We can certainly think about that as well. But the plan is for post-approval.
We have been, we just started this week, today, as a matter of fact, to, you know, grant with that condition that the amended drainage plan be approved by DEP prior to issuance of a TCO on this. I mean, that's a risk, you know, that's a risk your client will be taking. Should DEP have any issues, you may have to come back to us. But
yes, yeah, and we understand that, and you know, we're prepared to take that risk.
Okay. Okay. So yes, Commissioner Shetta.
Yeah, I just want to ask a very quick question. Are there any approvals required by the state/federal DEC in reference to building close to the waterfront?
This is all within the bulkhead line, and so the answer to your question is no.
Okay, so if in the future something like that arises, I just want to put it on the record that we're not waiving any like the requirements with regard to the permits required by DEC or any other state or federal agency. Just wanted to put this on the record. Thank you.
Yep.
So if you could add a note to the plan, especially with regards to flood regulations and such, that board is not waiving or reviewing any regulations, state, federal, or city, with regards to waterfront. DOB will be.
Yes, understood. Yep.
So Deputy Chief Daly, I'm sorry.
I just said it will make sure that we have a note which covers both the DEC permitting as well as the floodplain.
Yeah. Yes, Chief Daly.
Commissioner Shedder hit on something, but isn't the city's small business services responsible for waterfront plan review? SBS?
Yes.
This is again on private property, and it will be, and it is well inside the bulkhead.
I see. Oh, okay. Thank you.
You want to take your hand down, Chief? Thank you.
Okay. All right. I just want to go through my notes and see if there's anything that we missed out. Okay. All right. I don't think so. I think those were the two major comments, and once you have worked out the details with fire department, any revision to the plans or anything would be reflected. Any outstanding matters with DOT on this one?
Not that we're aware of. We had both a meeting and we responded to their initial comment letter. I think in terms of a way that was responsive to all of the DOT's comments. So we have not, I'm not aware of there being a follow-up comment letter from DOT, but we think we've been responsive to the comments that we did receive.
Yes, and I do appreciate you working with DOT in responding to the comments. We do appreciate that. Thank you.
Jelly's hand is up, Vice Chair.
Okay, Ms. Prenga?
Hi, yes, we did have a meeting with the applicant and DOT that was productive. But I did receive, after sending the response to comments from the applicant to DOT, they said they will submit another letter.
Okay.
But have they to date?
No.
Okay.
I just understand there may be another letter forthcoming, so.
I guess we will provide you with the letter if you don't get it immediately.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what timeline we will try to put this in January.
That would
go ahead.
Yeah, I think that would be great if we could get it in January. It is a project that we're anxious to move forward on. So a January date would be great, understanding that there's a few outstanding questions on our side.
Right. Yes. Yeah. We'll do our best. I actually don't have the January calendar in front of me, but if not the first, maybe the 2nd January is possible. But we will get back to you and confirm.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Okay. Thank you. Good to see you.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, the next item is 34, 2022, 11A, 75 Pine Street, Staten Island. This is Todd Dale. Pine Terrace, Staten Island, right? Pine Terrace.
Pine Terrace, yeah.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I did listen to the review session and heard comments that were raised. I just want to respond to a couple of things. I think that it was mentioned that the fire department was still outstanding. However, they did issue a letter of no objection we have in our file. I just want to confirm that the board has that. I can find the date if needed, but it was, let me just double check here.
Jolene, can you confirm?
Let me do a search here in the email here.
I see it in our intergovernmental folder.
Okay.
And it was uploaded today. So it's brand new.
Okay, great. So going back on that, I think that there were also comments about other outstanding agencies. So the board is aware, I don't know if DEP has issued a final letter, but in March of this year, they had requested some additional information on the survey, including like the width of Amboy, the widening portion, where the utilities were located. And in response to the notice of comments, we included an updated survey that had all of that information. I'm not aware if there's anything else that DEP has requested or if there's anything outstanding, but I think at least per our records, they requested and we responded, and maybe it's just the letter of no objection that's outstanding. But if there is anything else, we can follow up with the board and make a subsequent submission, but I do think that it was taken care of. With respect to DOT, it's not shown on the capital plan from available resources. I don't know if we're still waiting for a response from DOT, but we would anticipate they'd say that it's not on the capital plan and not set for widening, but again, we'll await any response from DOT. I don't know if there were any other outstanding items from this case because it's not in the flood zone and we provided all the information, but it seems like it's just agency responses at this time. And I think that we're in good shape, at least with the information we've received so far.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we have Chief Daly here. Yeah, Chief Daly, do you want to respond now or during the public? Okay. All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, a letter of no objection was submitted this past Friday, November 11th, and I just forwarded to Ms. Mateus and to Jella as well.
Okay.
It said Amboy Road though. I think it said Amboy Road though, John. The address was 4983 Amboy Road on the email. Did you?
Right. Yeah. Yes. The reason why it has Amboy Road because our fire department BIS does not recognize Pine Terrace right now.
Oh, right. Okay. Yes. Yes. I remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that. Yes. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for the reminder on that.
No problem.
Okay.
I mean, I can revise my letter to say AKA 75 Pine Terrace if you want that.
For the record, I think that would be cleaner if it's not in a position.
Okay, then I can submit that on Wednesday morning when I get back to the office.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's resolved. Let's go to the public. Any questions? Sorry, any questions for Mr. Dale, commissioners?
I'm just wondering, is there anything else we're waiting on?
No, I think we just, it's a standard DOT DEP.
Not that I'm aware of. This is Jolene's case, but I don't know anything else.
Yeah. I think on this one, as we're waiting for the, why don't you read out Ms. Matias for public?
Sure. The case we're currently discussing is 2022 11A 75 Pine Terrace, Staten Island. This proposed development of a detached 3-story 2-family residential building partially in the bed of a map street, contrary to the general city law. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside New York, our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. Enter the web, you will enter the webinar ID number 839-4234-5980 and the pound sign. You will, at the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand. Sorry, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phones to be able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, and that is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss the application.
Okay.
And I'm setting the timer now.
Okay. Commissioner Shibata, you had a question.
No, I was just, I understand that they responded to DEP's comments, and I was wondering if there was anything left prior to closing.
No, I think the only thing would be the amended drainage plan, and I think we will do the same thing that we did with some of the other application. It will make it part of the condition.
If I could, sorry, if I could just interject, I don't believe there was a drainage plan issue for this particular site.
No.
At least we didn't receive anything from DEP about that. DEP just requested measurement information, which we added to the survey that was submitted in a comments response.
Oh, I see. Then
I don't believe there's a drainage plan.
let me
uh,
just, on the site plan, please show the width of the member, on the site plan, please show the base. Okay, yeah, it was just asking for dimensions. Okay, sorry. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Time is stopped. Pass.
Yep.
What do
I
you wanna-
would be okay to close this application, partly because we have an existing building, and there are other buildings. Sorry. Anyone? Hello?
Shalene,
talking?
can't hear you.
This one was a new building, 75 Pine Terrace,
Right.
near an existing building.
Right. So what I mean is that the existing tax lot, the lot that is being portioned off, had an existing building, and then along Amboy Road there are homes along that street frontage, and there has not been any plans for capital improvement. So I would like a letter from DOT just for our file, and but I'm okay to closing it and wait for the DOT letter about that.
Commissioners have any issues with that? Okay, shaking but agreeing, not nodding the head. Vice Chair, do you want to close?
Yeah, and there is no submission. I just want to go through it. There wouldn't be any submission that would be required. So, okay.
So for the motion to approve, Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Sorry, a motion to close.
Oh, what did I say? Motion to approve, I apologize, yikes. Sorry, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it's a motion to
Oops.
close.
Just
Yowza.
close. Just close.
Just close. Jumping the gun. Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
I too close.
Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Thank you, counsel. Sorry. Sorry, Todd.
That's fine. We can wait a little bit. Almost though. Curse you, Chase.
Well,
No early Christmas, sorry.
That's fine.
we'll
Okay.
let you know when it is scheduled for decision.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, item number 35, 2022, 20A and 2022, 22 through 2022A, 724, 726, and 728 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island. Proposed development of 3 one-story warehouse buildings partially located in the bed of a map street contrary to general city law section 35.
Hi, good afternoon. Todd Dale again for the applicant. I did listen to review session and heard the questions that were raised with the board. Hopefully I can answer a number of those questions and then set up anything outstanding that might be required.
Sure.
First, there was a question as to why these objections didn't have any reference to 72-01G. That objection is really at the discretion of the Department of Buildings. I know that it was something that the Staten Island Borough would regularly issue. They didn't issue them for this particular site. I don't know if it's, a change in policy as a more recent application from the Department of Buildings. That noted, we're still seeking the comparable relief we would for other general city law 35 applications. And just to state on the record that if a 7201G objection were issued for bulk waivers, I believe the only bulk waiver that would be needed in this case would be for the front yard based on the mapped street line, because the mapped street line does intersect the property, but that would be the bulk waiver requested if in fact there were a 7210G objection, but as to why DOB didn't do it for this particular case, I would have to defer to DOB, and maybe it's a change in policy. I'm not sure. There was a question regarding what portion of the lot is in the map street. I think the best way to describe that is it's basically 800 square feet of each of these lots, which is 2,000 square feet. And the way I would describe it is if you have the most recent set of plans, you can see there's a measurement there. Maybe I can show it on, if I can share my screen, what I'll do is I'll share the screen. Do I have the ability? Yeah. Okay. So I'll share the screen here. And I think it's here. So I think that should be the Richmond Terrace site plan. And I'm going to blow it up a little bit to make this a little easier to see. Hang on. It's 40 feet. So this is the way that they set it up here. This measurement here is 39.95 feet, 40.04 feet, 40.01 feet, and 39.87. It's erratic because the lot line and the map street line aren't consistent. They're not there. There's a curve, is my lack of a better way to say it. And this measurement here is to the map street line to the lot line. So it's roughly 40 feet, but it does vary by lot. And then this area, since each lot is approximately 20 feet wide, a little bit under 20, it's roughly 20 by 40, so 800 square feet. So that's the area for each of these lots that would be within the private property that's within the bed of the mapped street. There was a question, let me go to my next question here that was raised, regarding the curb cuts that are proposed. There are two curb cuts proposed because zoning doesn't require parking for each of these proposed buildings. The reality is that these buildings are designed to be warehouses that be used by small businesses. There are no specific tenants set up, but as described by the property owner, the idea would be is that like a local plumber or a local contractor or someone who has a business in the area could store extra supplies in here. And the idea of the curb cuts is to provide access so that when you drive up to these warehouse buildings, that there's approximately a 20-foot front yard for each of these lots. So you could like drive in a small van, load up the supplies you need while being off the street and not like blocking the street and double parking and causing difficulty to pass by in Richmond Terrace. So enough space that you could drive in, load the vehicles, and then drive out. And the reason that the two curb cuts are proposed, I believe that there's a minimum distance between curb cut requirement. So there is the one shared curb cut that's proposed that would be used for lot 126 and 124. And then the existing curb cut that is for the lot that's adjacent to lot 22 would be expanded. So the curb cuts are designed to be able to provide access so like vans could come in, load and unload supplies and then move out. But I believe it's the minimum distance that's required. 18 feet between the curb cuts requires a situation where you can't get one curb cut for each lot. So that's why it's been designed that way.
Can I go back
Sure.
on the loading, because I'm getting the comments, my comments with regards to no accessory parking or a loading berth is proposed or required. That's what the statement of fact says. I understand that it may not be required, but the statement of fact also says it's not proposed, but it seems you are proposing it. You are proposing loading and unloading on site. And that is why the curb cut is being proposed.
Correct. But it's not like a dedicated loading berth. It's just an area in space. I think it's because there's no specific tenant known. They don't know, what each individual tenant might be in each of these particular buildings, but the space and the curb cuts are designed to provide access to the front of the site because primarily, the main goal of this is that if you're going to have these buildings here, which are proposed as warehouses, what this development's trying to avoid is a situation where someone's going to load supplies in and out of a warehouse, which is a regular activity of a warehouse. And they don't want to do it in a fashion where they pull up vehicles and block off Richmond Terrace while they're doing that, so that this allows access for like a smaller van to come into the site to do, regular loading and unloading.
So I would suggest that you add a little bit more explanation in your statement of fact as to what the curb cut would be used for, even though you may not have a tenant in place. But what is the intent? The goal is to take the park loading and unloading, or even if you were to park your vehicle, if the business is not much of loading and unloading, it is more with some business where private vehicles come in and park. It could be to facilitate any of those on site rather than at the curb level.
Sure, we
So
can, I'm sorry.
if-
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there, but we can definitely in the next submission include something in the letter just explaining that the idea is to minimize on-street presence and allow on-site use to the benefit of access through Richmond Terrace. We'll include that information. Great.
I think that it's still a concern then. How would a truck, I mean, is it going to back into each of these individual, via these two curb cuts? Will it have an impact on traffic, given that Richmond Terrace is single lane in both directions? And the community board raised some concerns about traffic anyway on Richmond Terrace. If we have trucks backing up or somehow, getting into a position for loading, unless there's an easement allowing them to drive across the driveways, across the front yards of each other, seems like they will have to actually do the backing up from Richmond Terrace. So if you can further detail on the plan, actually, how a truck might maneuver in and out for loading, I think that's going to help clarify that.
I can ask the architect about that. I would note, though, that there is an existing warehouse immediately adjacent to the site that has a very similar setup. So it's not an uncommon situation in this area of Richmond Terrace. I believe there might be other buildings too, but it's just like I forgot what lot that is right adjacent, whether it's lot 122 or.
Yeah, I did see that when I was out there.
Yeah,
It's just
119. Yeah, there's another site there. But sure, I can ask them if they can provide additional clarification regarding the curb cuts and access and maneuverability.
Thank you.
Sure. The agency letters were raised as a question. I know the fire department letter is likely still pending. I don't believe you noted the Department of Transportation didn't respond to a letter, but I would note that city planning in its letter it submitted to the record noted that it's not in the drainage plan. So I know it's not DOT that gave you the letter, but city planning did get confirmation from DOT that it's not in the capital plan, and city plan confirmed that in their letter. So
We need DOT.
I think, Mr. Dale, in the interest of your client, it would be best to have that letter in the file from DOT, even though city planning is stating it. Especially for as you have heard from the board, we do not think we have the studies, while they have been done, they are not they have not been acted upon. So we don't see a strong reason why not to issue a GCL 35 in this case. However, we do want that confirmation from DOT. That is the agency. I understand city planning is a sister agency and must have discussed this, but we want it on file, and it is in your best interest and your client's best interest also.
Sure, we have no objection to DOT issuing a letter because based on all the information we have, it's not in a capital plan, and we'll welcome that letter with the understanding that hopefully DOT can be sooner rather than later issuing that particular letter. Okay, that's what I was saying. The only other thing I would just note for the board is that with respect to DEP, that there were requests made and we provided information, revised surveys and plans. I don't know how long or what the status is with respect to the DEP letter of no objection, but the one outstanding issue that's remaining, which I'll note, I just want to share the screen just really quickly here to give the board an understanding of what we're dealing with DEP is, I'm going to share the plan again. DEP asked us to provide the width of the portion of each lot that was within the bed of the map street. And as noted earlier, I pointed out it's 3995, 4004, 4001, 3987. DEP requested that we provide a single dimension of what that width is. And we responded, we gave you 4 dimensions because these are not even lines and that there's a curve between the map street line. And I don't know if we've gotten a response back from DEP, but that's it that we're dealing with DEP. And it's a little frustrating on our end because we felt we gave very clear information with the range of measurements here, the portion that's within the mapped width. And I don't know if DEP has a manual that they're sticking to, but they were like, can you give us a single dimension? And I just don't know if that's possible here. So that's something that we can work out with I think Jolene was helping us with that, and we'll try and respond to DEP, but it's our understanding that we've given them everything and we're just waiting for a letter. But that single issue is what's outstanding for the DEP letter.
Okay, it is an interesting one.
Yes, so I think that is the extent of the items that were raised. So it seems like the primary things are just waiting for the final letters from the 3 agencies, FDNY, DEP, and DOT, and we'll respond accordingly if there's questions. And that will provide to the board a curb cut and maneuverability explanation to help supplement the record. But I don't think there's anything else that was outstanding.
Do you need to amend the drainage plan on this one? No, right?
DEP has not issued a drainage plan comment to us, and we believe that based on the survey and the plans, we said that all the utilities are outside. If you go back and I won't share the screen again, but if you look at the most recent plan, the sanitary sewer, the water mains are all outside of the property lot line, so there should be no drainage plan amendment that's required.
Okay. Okay. Any questions or comments from the commissioners, from Mr. Dale?
Shaking heads, no.
Shaking heads. Okay. Chief Daly, do you have anything do you want to say anything now, or you can?
No, Madam Chair. The fire department has no objection to this application, and we'll be submitting a letter this coming Wednesday to the board. Thank you.
Thank
you. You're on the record as saying no objection. Okay.
All right.
Let's go to the public. Yes.
Yes, let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2022-20A through 2022-22A, 724, 726, 728 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island. It's a proposal to develop 3 one-story warehouses partially built on the bed of the map street, contrary to General City Law Section 35. Should you wish to discuss, please dial in 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number should you be outside the city, 888-475-4499. You enter the webinar ID number 839-4234-5980 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign again. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling on the phone, and if you were in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this case only, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of the screen of your computer. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss. Let me set the timer for the one.
Okay.
Almost done. So we're waiting for agency sign off, so he doesn't.
Yeah, so we're waiting for agencies sign up, but at the same time, Mr. Dale has to revise the statement of fact, clarifying about the loading and the activity with regards to maneuvering.
That won't take us very long at all. I would say, let's go crazy and say 2 weeks, maybe probably 1 week, even, but just in case.
2 weeks.
2 weeks sounds fine. 2 weeks. Sounds
not that not that we are promising December anyway to you.
I understand. I understand. I'll be hopeful, but won't take it as a promise.
Thank you. We are trying our best, but
Understood.
Okay.
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 All right.
Next-
Thank you, Mr. Dale.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Next case is item number 36, 2022-25A, 8863 75th Avenue, Queens. This will be Mr. Becker.
All right, there is Mr. Becker.
Mute. Unmute, Mr. Becker.
There we go. Good
Do you have
afternoon.
anyone? Hi, I'm sorry, Mr. Becker. Do you have anyone else with you?
No, I don't. As of now, no.
Okay. So you can state your name for the record and proceed. This is an A case and you don't have to be sworn in, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners. This is Frederick Becker. I am the applicant for the subject matter. I did attend via Zoom your review session. I will say I heard the comment about the fixtures that Mr. Costanza meant. I'm a little confused as to why they need to be removed, in that they are existing fixtures as shown on the existing plans, and we prefer to keep them on the plans, but I can discuss that with him unless something can be said now. Other than that, as you know, we are waiting for the sign-offs, and thank you for your consideration.
Okay. I just, so the seller plan, there's no change in the seller plan. I think that's where the most concern was. The comment.
Right. I understand there are a 3-fixture bathroom is allowed in a cellar. Under certain rules, you have to make certain filings with the Department of Buildings, of which the project architect is well aware. And yes, the fixtures on EO2 are the same ones that show up on drawing P03.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think you may just want to reach out to the project manager and just get a clarification.
I can do that.
In case, okay. We really did not have any questions. We just need sign off from Fire Department, DOT, and DEP. Did DEP have any issue, any comments on this?
None to my office, no.
Yeah, I don't see anything on file.
I'm on a call, told you. All right.
Oh, no, there is some email. I just saw an email dated January 31st, 2022. I think the applicant is, DEP is requesting some width of the map, Henry Road between this is not Annapolis.
No, it's the 75th Avenue.
Oh, what am I looking at? I'm sorry.
8863 75th Avenue. It's 2022-25A.
Yeah, my mistake, 2022-25. Who's the project? Janine, okay.
DEP didn't sign off yet. Their
Okay, so you have
comments,
comments
just
from
asking for labels.
So we do have comments from DEP. Were those shared with Mr. Beck? Are you aware of those comments?
I responded twice, way back with comments. They asked about width of the street. We showed it, we mentioned it. I don't know why it's still outstanding. We have an existing, the city doesn't own the street, and we are only enlarging an existing 1-story building, which has full access on both frontages, rear and front. So I'm confused by the comment if they're looking at the plans.
We'll confirm with DEP and see if we can get sign off. Right now, they were still just repeating the request for labeling.
The plans are so labeled that show the existing street, I believe, and I'll confirm. But I believe they showed the existing street on the plans.
We're just waiting for DEP to review again. They were last communicated like October.
And DEP is not asking for any amendment to any drainage plan, Janine?
No, there was only Annapolis, I think.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, the plans clearly show on page P001 and E001, it shows proposed, it shows 89th Street. It shows the full width of 89th Street.
Okay, the project manager can clarify it or resubmit it to DEP again, just to see if we can get that cleared up, Mr. Becker.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Chief Daly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The fire department has no objection to this application, and we'll be submitting a letter later this week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? None? Okay, let's go to the public.
Sure. The case that we are currently discussing is 2022 25A 8863 75th Avenue, Queens. This is a proposed enlargement of an existing dwelling located partially in the bed of the map street as pursuant contrary to General State Law, Section 35. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number should you be outside the city, 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 839-4234-5980 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to speak if you are on the telephone. If you are already in the Zoom room and wish to speak on this application, 75th Avenue in Queens, please raise your Zoom hand, and that is the little hand that is on the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss the application. Starting the timer now.
Mr. Becker, I'm looking at P001.00.
Yes.
Drawing dated 6/30/2022.
Correct.
Can you tell me where it's indicated the width of 89th Street?
Yes.
Other than it just says 60 foot wide. That's the one that you referred.
No, if you look below the top of the plan where it's hatched and says 89th Street, 60
Right.
foot wide,
Yeah.
there is a line below it
Right.
that goes in both directions, and it's proposed 89th Street not in use, which is basically covering our lot and a portion of the adjacent lot.
That's the part. I guess I am looking at an old drawing because this is dated 6/30/2022.
So is mine.
That was submitted 7/12/2022.
My plan is dated 6/30/2022.
Okay.
I can resubmit to Ghislaine.
Okay. I see an arrow that says proposed 89th Street not in use. Okay. It's kind of generally, I would assume it to be somewhere right next to it. So got it.
Okay.
Just
All right.
FYI, Mr. Becker, when you make revisions to the plans, could you update the legend dates? Thank you.
I will do so, but I thought these are the plans submitted in July. So it's,
No, I'm just saying, just for future reference, because if someone's looking at, they say it's an old plan, there might be the legend dates weren't updated and submitted at a different date. And
I'll check, but this is 6/30/22, which is the most recent submission, I believe. Okay.
Okay. The time for anyone to call in is passed. However, there are 3 attendees still in the room: George Marinello, Nathan Silver, and Mr. Flom. If any one of them is there to discuss any of the case of 75th Avenue, please raise your hand. Otherwise, that is the last case. If you are calling regarding a case that is on tomorrow, you can call in tomorrow. Unfortunately, these cases have already been discussed for today. So, are we, any other questions? Nothing?
And I would add, if any of the attendees are wanting to speak regarding any other project that we have heard today, you can always submit a letter.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was just going to say that. Yeah.
What is the, where should it be addressed to? Submit at
bsa.nyc.gov.
Yes.
Okay. Do we want anything else? Do we need anything else from Mr. Becker?
No, I think we don't need anything. We can, I'm comfortable closing this case pending additional comments from DEP. DOT on this one, you know, I'm not sure if it's much of an issue. Do you know if there is any capital plan for any planned capital plan improvement? Generally, one would see it in the community district needs, or community board would know.
This is a half block, 89th Street, which runs through our property, stops across the street from us. Basically, we are on the westerly side. It stops on the easterly side. There's no continuation, and the westerly prolongation only goes for approximately 2 blocks and stops there as well. So based on the facts, I would say it's unlikely they're going to, first of all, they'd have to
Mr.
buy.
Becker,
Yeah.
Mr. Becker, I understand that. I'm just asking for your record and for documentation purposes. It would be helpful if you can just put some notes to that effect, that there isn't any capital improvement plan that you're aware of based on your discussion with community board or something like that. That's
Okay.
just.
I can add a note, or I can send a letter.
Yeah,
Actually,
or you can, yeah, or even a cover letter would be sufficient.
I'll do a cover letter.
Yeah. Okay.
Got it. Yes, I can have that tomorrow.
Okay. We can't promise.
No, I'm just saying I can, for timing purposes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If the commissioners are okay with it, I would recommend closing the application. All right. Let's close.
A motion to close, Vice Chair?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Okay, hearing is closed.
Thank you
Application
very
closed.
much, everyone. Have a good Thanksgiving.
Yes.
You too.
Thank you.
Okay, this concludes the public hearing for November 14th, 2022. We resume tomorrow with cases on for November 15th.
Thank you.
Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Everybody.
Thank you. Take care.